Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's a meeting of the Manitou Springs City Council. It's a work session, and this is July the 12th, 2022. I'll go ahead and call the roll. Councillor Weatherholt.
Present.
Councillor Chandler.
Present.
Councillor Fortune.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Here.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shada.
Here.
And the mayor is also present. Okay, so we got a full house tonight. That's good.
This side is here and that side is present.
That's good. It's a lawyer to quibble over words. Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started. We've got 4 items tonight. The first is the community survey results. That was the community survey that was conducted by city staff, primarily by Alex. So Alex, if you'd like to come forward and walk us through this.
Mayor.
Oh, yeah, and I should also mention for those in TV land, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty, so we're not right now able to display the slides. However, if you want to go to the city's website, go to meetings and agendas, and if you access the packet there, you can download the packet. You'll have the complete set of slides for this presentation. Did I forget anything, Denise? Okay, all right, thanks for the reminder.
All right. Hello, everyone. Mayor Graham, Manitou Springs City Council. My name is Alex Treffry. I'm the Public Information Officer for the City of Manitou Springs. And I'll be giving a brief presentation about our 2022 community survey. So firstly, just to go over the purpose of this survey or this presentation, it's just to provide background on the survey, present the data that city staff has gathered regarding the responses to it, and also answer any questions that you all have about the survey. And then also very briefly, just to touch on the importance of the community survey. Surveys and polling, they help us to understand our community better, our residents better, but also to discover perhaps new topics that need to be addressed. And they also give true data to gauge different topics that may come up from time to time. And so then getting into the report that's in the packet, some background on the community survey. So the city's first community survey launched last year on April 28th, 2021. And this was continued with our 2022 community survey, which launched on April 26th of 2022. So the deadline to complete it was about 2 weeks out on May 10th. At midnight was the deadline, and respondents to the survey had the option of remaining anonymous, or they could provide their contact info and receive a follow-up from city staff. It's also worth noting that the intent of this survey is not for providing information for decision-making. It's mainly for feedback on our customer service and quality of life, things like that. But due to trends and significant findings, some of the data may prove helpful to help city officials for policymaking and administrative decisions. So then to go over what the questions of the survey were, it is a short survey. The questions were as follows, and we'll go over the changes compared from year to year as well after this. But the questions were, are you a resident of Manitou Springs? That was a yes or no question. And then to rate Manitou Springs as a place to live from very good to very bad. Also the quality of life in Manitou Springs from very good to very bad. The overall quality of service provided by the city of Manitou Springs from very good to very bad. And what is your preferred way to receive communication from the city of Manitou Springs? And that was multiple choice with a number of options. Also, if you had to pick one thing you love about Manitou Springs, what would it be? That was an open-ended response. And another open-ended question was, if you could change one thing about Manitou Springs, what would it be? What would it be? And then the last open-ended question was, do you have any additional comments, just so they can provide any other info? And then the final question was, would you like a follow-up from city staff? So then to touch on the marketing, just so everyone's aware of the changes from 2021 to 2022. So there was an addition of the question, are you a resident of Manitou Springs? The preferred communications method was multiple choice this year. Last year, it was not. We also removed the possibility of providing optional comments after every question, and we just kept it to those 3 open-ended questions. And also we added the question, if you had to pick one thing you love about Manitou Springs, what would it be? So we can kind of balance out that if you could change one thing and, one thing you prefer, to sort of have that balance there. But back to what I was stating earlier, for the marketing and distribution of this survey, we mailed 2,052 postcards to all the residents in our utilities billing list. 108 of those were returned to sender, which is pretty standard. We also announced it in the Pikes Peak, or we had the Pikes Peak Bulletin help us announce it. We promoted it on our social media accounts and our website. And there's no way to know which method was more effective just because it was open to everybody. But it's a combination of all of them. So in total, we had 355 responses, which is a great response rate. It's worth noting that 9 of them had people state they weren't residents of Manitou Springs, so their response wasn't counted when we tallied up all the data. So when we're looking at what is an ideal response rate for this, since we didn't take like a randomized sample of the community and contact them directly soliciting feedback on this survey, but we just had it open to our entire community, I think that the safest and most reasonable way to do this is to just look at our census numbers and say, if every person in Manitou Springs received this survey, what's our ideal response rate? And for a 95% confidence interval, which just means you can be 95% sure that the results of the survey represent the community, we would want a 357 respondees. We had just under that, so it was a great response rate. And then, so as we kind of touched on earlier, I just want to mention that we had open-ended questions as well as close-ended questions, and those both provide different sort of analysis that you can have. With close-ended questions, you can have more of a probability of statistical significance, but with open-ended questions, there's more of a qualitative analysis to them. So we'll get right into the data. So on the question to rank Manitou Springs as a place to live from very good to very bad, we had 158 individuals state Manitou Springs was a very good place to live. 154 stated it was good. 26 stated neither good nor bad, or they don't know. 6 stated bad and 2 stated very bad, with 0 non-responses to that. So as you can tell, the vast majority of the responses are in that left-hand side, or the very good and good side, which is unusual for surveys of this type, but very good to see. Most of the time you expect it to be distributed from the middle out, like a normal bell curve. But there's a huge trend on both years of people being in the very good and good side of that spectrum. And it's very similar with the next question, the quality of life in Manitou Springs. 143 people stated very good, 163 stated good, 29 neither good nor bad, or they don't know, 7 stated bad, 4 stated very bad, and 0 did not respond. So once again, the vast majority of the responses are in that very good and good side of the spectrum. And so then, sorry, I'm catching up. For the quality of service from the city of Manitou Springs question, same trend here. 77 stated very good, 142 stated good, 76 neither good nor bad, or they don't know, 35 stated bad, 14 stated very bad, and there were 2 non-responses. And then so some key findings that we had with those close-ended questions are, as you can tell with the graphs, they're similar from year to year, from 2022 to 2021. With surveys of this type, it's not really best practice to look at slight changes, but mainly overall trends of the data, especially when it's just open to everyone in the public. But the overall trend is absolutely in both surveys, most people, in fact, 90% of the respondents categorized Manitou Springs as a very good or good place to live. 88% stated their quality of life was very good or good, and 63% stated the service from the city was very good or good, which is a phenomenal response.
Can you tell me where you're getting those numbers? Because I don't see those numbers in my chart. 41 plus 22. Quality of service 2022. Oh, you're on a different screen? I'm on the screen that says quality of service from the city of Manitou Springs, very good for this year is 22.25. 41.04% was good. And you said that's 95% of the,
So 90% of respondents, are you looking at the PowerPoint or the, I would look at the analysis and report. It breaks it down much more and it has tables under it. So I would recommend looking at that as opposed to the PowerPoint if you're trying to break down those numbers more. But
The
I
numbers-
can restate it. So 90% of respondents categorized Manitou Springs as a very good or good place to live. 88% of respondents stated their quality of life in Manitou Springs was very good or good, and 63% of respondents stated the service from the city was very good or good.
those numbers don't match his chart. His two charts are different numbers. That's very weird, because your next slide has completely different numbers with the same information, only it's in a chart. And it's 41 plus 22 isn't 95, so I'm confused where you're getting your numbers, regardless of which page I'm looking at. Do you see what I'm saying, Alex?
I do not,
Can I
unfortunately.
show you?
Sure.
Okay, so this is the slide you were looking at, right? So if you go to the very next slide and very good for 2000, there's these percentages, that doesn't add up to 95.
It says, so if you go to this, if you go to the, I'll speak in the mic so everyone can hear me. So no, those don't add up to 95. To be quite honest, I don't know where the 95% is coming from. They add up to 63% though. So if you look at the reporting and analysis under the key findings section after each of those, it kind of gives the high level details of what the quote unquote key findings are. So to be very clear, 63% of respondents stated that their service from the city of Manitou Springs was either very good or good. Does that help clear things up? Okay, perfect. And so then we will move on to the open-ended questions. So for one thing you love about Manitou Springs, no surprises here. Most common response with 156 respondees was the location and amenities of Manitou Springs. Anecdotally, a lot of comments were about open space, trails, the environment, things like that. So no surprise there. And then coming in second with 101 respondees stating that the community is what they love the most about Manitou Springs. So that encompasses anything from their neighbors to the friends that they make, things like that. And then also the quote unquote small town feel of Manitou Springs had 40 respondees state that. So it came in third.
Hey,
Ellen.
Alex, I was just wondering, local amenities, was there mention of creative undertakings, artistic sorts of things under that, or?
Oh, like if they mentioned, I would have to go back and look. It's been a while since I've looked at the data. I'd have to look at what I classified that
I mean,
as.
I love that they are, parks and open space. I think that's very important for us to be aware of as we look at priorities and so on. I'm just surprised that I would have anticipated more arts and creative undertakings.
So, yeah,
music
and
and
to
so on.
clarify as well, because that's a great point, is that's not only when people stated open space, trails, parks, things like that. It was anytime someone said, I love, my proximity to this, right? And fill in the blank for this. So it's what the surrounding of Manitou Springs, whether that's a city service or not, is providing to them. So they love their location is basically what it boils down to. So I'd have to look at that and see. I could probably just search for ARC and let you know how many of those came back with that. That'd be very easy. And then so one thing to excuse me, change about Manitou Springs. So coming in first was parking and mobility. So that had 106 respondees mention that. And that includes when people just said traffic, congestion, things like that. It's all encompassing in there. And then coming in second, they stated something about the city. So I classified that as the municipal government. And I can dive into that a little more with the key findings. I figured that'd be beneficial for everyone to know. And then also infrastructure. Came with number third with 52 respondees stating that. So as I said earlier, congestion, parking, mobility was cited the most. Negative responses towards the city. 36% of these responses stated that the city focuses too much on businesses or visitors, tourists, et cetera, as opposed to residents. 30% mentioned city council directly, 9% mentioned city staff directly, and 30% didn't really clarify. They just said the government, the city, something like that. And then infrastructure was the third most stated issue. And of the 52 people who stated something about infrastructure, 20 of those people stated something about streetscapes, sidewalks, something like that. And then 8 people stated they wish there was less construction regarding infrastructure. And then 2 were regarding our water and sewer systems, and 19 didn't specify what type of infrastructure they were referring to.
Alex, on that particular question, I'm particularly intrigued when it comes to city council, of course. And were there any specifics in there? Anything? It's really, I'm wondering if we're tone deaf to the business resident issue, or if it's a marketing issue, or what, if there's any specific that we can, make actionable from the survey.
I would have to look at the data again. I mean, I have the data with me. I'm not sure how beneficial it would be to like read the responses or something like that. But with that said, I wouldn't want to sort of from my memory guess what trends were. We could definitely like look at it more and let you know. But with responses like this, there's no word limit. So sometimes people will say city council, right, for instance, and then sometimes it'll be 5 paragraphs. So it's anywhere in between. But of course, you could somewhat pull trends from there. But we could look at it and follow up with information later if that's beneficial.
And I don't, as you said at the beginning of your presentation, it's not really for policy direction. It just might inform. So I don't want to get into, minute detail on it either. So it's 6 1/2 dozen of another, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting, and I'd love to know what we could do, but we'll probably have to get at it another way.
And then so for the additional comments question, because of this is a big change from last year. So most people didn't fill this out. When last year, since there were less open-ended questions, we included all additional comments together. So it's very different. You can't really compare 2022 to 2021. And I'm not sure how viable of information this gives, given that there were 172 people who didn't even fill it out. But with that said, we'll try our best. So fairly similar to the open-ended responses of 2021, congestion, infrastructure, and the beautification of Manitou Springs, such as upkeep of parks, public spaces, public right-of-way, things like that were mentioned a lot. And a fair amount of people took that additional comments to talk about the city, both almost evenly split positively and negatively. And then moving on for the preferred methods of communication. Once again, this is multiple choice this year as opposed to open-ended. Still, most people stated email was their preferred method of communication from the city. So the city doesn't have like newsletters, things like that, to provide a great amount of news to that we do to the general public. So I'm still fairly, I think I'm writing this question wrong. And I think that a method of communication for someone in my field versus your average citizen is very different. So I think people are answering this question as, if the city's to contact me, how would I prefer they do, as opposed to how do you receive news and updates from the city? So we'll revisit that question in later years, but it's still fair to say that phone and text and direct mail, we're still up there. But now, since it was multiple choice, the Pikes Peak Bulletin was mentioned much more than it was in the previous years. And also social media and the website social media was about the same, but the website was also mentioned much, much more now that it was on as a multiple choice question. And then just very briefly, city staff follow-up. We had 46 people who wanted a follow-up from city staff, and we have contacted all of those 46 people who asked for that. And then lastly, I will just go on to the statistical significance of the survey, just because that is a fairly common question regarding any survey, is how statistically significant it is. So I just like to clear some things up regarding that. So what statistical significance is something that helps quantify whether a result is likely due to chance or some other factor or interest. Statistical significance is commonly misused all the time. And I just want to clarify that how it applies to this survey is very different, right? So as I stated earlier, we have no randomized sample or scientific methods of sampling a very proportionate group to our entire population. This was open to everybody. But does that make this survey useless? I'd say absolutely not. With 7.1% of our population responding, and how positively skewed and distributed all of the responses were, especially compared to last year, I have high confidence that the data reported in this remains valid and true. So with that, I'll answer any other questions.
Okay, council, questions for Alex? Judith?
Thank you, Alice. Couple things. I don't think this is statistically significant, but I'll be real curious to see next year's survey, where I think the Manitou Springs is a place to live and quality of life. There was a little downtick on the very good, but an uptick on the good. So a little tiny little trend from, boy, this is a very good place, to it's good, which is awesome. I did have the same question as I think Councillor Wolf was trying to bring up, and this is in the presentation slides, slide 6 of 12, quality of service. I think it's worth noting, and I don't know if we can extrapolate any kind of data, that a full third in both years, in 2022, 36.14%, and in 2021, 37.5%, considered our quality of service as bad, very bad, or we're in that ambivalent category. And while it's great that 2/3 are feeling really good about it, I don't know if we can extrapolate any data on the next survey of what is it that we could be doing better with regards to that. So I don't know if that's a question that you can answer, but I just think 1/3 of the people, I sure would love to know what their thoughts are on the quality of service not being up to par. I really appreciated your question, what do you love about living in Manitou? I would love to suggest maybe another question as an add-on to that. And the reason I'm bringing this up is I had a conversation with 2 residents here, and they were able to tell me all sorts of things they love about Manitou, but they're considering moving. And they're a family with young children. And so what I'd like to know is, what keeps you here? What's keeping you living, right? Because, there's some great things to love about this, but from the previous census to this one, we have lost some population in this town. And I'm just wondering if there's something we could extrapolate from, yeah, there's so many things to love about this town. Why are you leaving? Right? So maybe just a thought on that. And then I had the same question as Counselor Fortune did with regards to city council. And I would love to know what the feedback was so that council can, we can be aware of that with regards to the comments about city council in particular. And I don't know, a lot of times people think of municipal government as all of us, right? Administration and staff and council. And so I don't know if we can tease some of that out or not, because I think that that would be a great opportunity for council to take a look at some of those responses. And that was all I had. Thank you.
Julie?
I think those are good suggestions, and what I'd really like to have an opportunity to do next time is to review the questions before they go out, so that we might have an opportunity to add some or make some suggestions on changed wording. Like one of the questions about the city was so vague that when I filled out the survey, I wasn't sure what you meant. So I would just like some input on the opportunity to draft some of the questions, so that perhaps the feedback is more useful to us. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could comment on that real quick, I'm probably going to get the name of the organization wrong. I believe it's the National Research Center. So all of these questions I didn't write. So they were taken from community surveys done by the National Research Center, which is sort of the like gold standard for community surveys around the United States. So they work with Polko, if any of y'all have heard who that is. It's a software company that does polling, but they work with them to do community surveys every year with many municipalities. I believe they're actually in Boulder. That's where their headquarters are. And so a lot of Colorado municipalities use it. And so to make these questions, I took them verbatim from other municipalities who do community surveys, mainly because it sounds extremely simple to ask a question, right? But the way you word a survey question can have great, and it could be a small word that changes it, but can have great impacts on how people answer that survey. And so that's why I use professionals in the field who do this for a living, as opposed to myself, who can really just put this into Excel and sort of do some analysis. So just so you're aware that these questions were taken from other community surveys.
The thing that I'd like to see is, like, there's nothing in here that's personalized to us. For example, I want to know how pleased were you with this particular community engagement over the Becker Street Bridge? How pleased are you with the community engagement process on the library, on Hiawatha, on the West End? How pleased are you with the street cleaning? How pleased are you with the potholes and the quality of your street? Just getting more specific, not necessarily inventing a whole new line of questioning, but I think the answers to those would inform us a lot more. And perhaps at the beginning of the next presentation, you won't start by saying, well, this won't really help us with policymaking, but whatever, here it is. It might be actually something more useful. Thanks.
Other counselors? Okay, Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, having done surveys in the past and being painfully aware of how challenging they are to construct a valid, reliable survey. If this is something that we as a council want to pursue, I would certainly recommend that we put dollars against it to hire people who know. I think you've done a remarkable job, Alex. And I think the intent, because when Denise first came on board, we tasked her with really taking on community service. And this was one of the things that was done to look at, or not community service, customer service, because we were very concerned about that. And I think that this goes a long way to doing that. So a next step might be something more involved. But I would certainly, Denise will probably remember painfully, because I had a huge argument with her on this when she first was doing it, about where the questions, how the questions were going to be constructed and what they consist of, because I was very worried about getting completely non-valid, unreliable information back.
Other counselors? Just not, well, Alex, thank you. I like what you did. Could we have gotten a higher fidelity survey? Yeah, we would have paid a lot more money. I think what we have here is a good grassroots polling of the public. We asked the public to respond. I think we got a lot. You can always ask for more, and I don't know how much more you get. I think what we have here is a pretty good balance. Certainly, there's probably some things that were learned that we could take more to heart and implement them. By and large, it looks like we've got about 2/3 of the people happy. In Manitou, my feeling is if we have 4,800 people, we've got close to 15,000 opinions on any given day. It seems like you see somebody and one day they're happy and the next day maybe not so much. So really, I think this probably is. I'm pretty content with it. If certainly if council has an interest in exploring the data that we have now, that would be okay. I think. I think part of the lesson is we keep working on what we know we need to do better at, and we make sure that people are rewarded for doing a good job and providing the level of customer service that we're aspiring to. Anything else, council?
Just for clarification,
Yeah.
was this 17% of the 1,944 postcards were responded to, or did you tell me it was 17% of the households in the city is highly reliable, or did I get that number wrong?
Are you talking about the response rate to the survey?
Yes.
So the response rate to the survey was measured by taking the number of responses and dividing it by a total population, and that equals.
Also, you included children and babies and stuff?
Yes, we did our entire population.
Oh, so that's why my math isn't adding up to your math, because I looked at how many postcards you sent out and I subtracted the 108 that were returned and I came up with 1,944 net. And I thought, that's like less than 20% or.
So absolutely, you're correct. Our response rate is much higher than 7.1%, but that's the best way that we can calculate it, mainly being because people could have learned about this not just through postcards, but through our website, through social media, through the Pikes Peak Bulletin, things like that. So we can't only count the postcards as how we reached out to them. Unfortunately, I don't know why this is, but the census counts people from ages, I think it's 16 to 20, and you can't cut it off at 18. So you don't know the exact amount of adults in Manitou Springs, or we'd use that number, but it's not available to us. So we just used our total population. It's more of a safe bet than anything, just to overestimate the amount of people that could respond.
So with the total population that you used as your statistical, what percentage of the total population actually responded to the survey then?
7.1%.
And 7.1% we know is a little high because it includes the 16, 17-year-olds?
7.1% is a little low.
Because I thought you said this is highly reliable. Did I miss that? This seems like a really low response rate, so I'm not sure how much emphasis we should put on it.
I would say that if 7.1% of our entire population responded to a survey, that is a very high response rate.
Oh, okay.
Judith?
I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. One that Councillor Fortune just mentioned. And, I think it's really great, especially since we didn't have this until last year, that we now have 2 years to kind of, tease some things out. But, and I think it's great to start with, nationally recognized questions. But I am very interested in starting to focus on questions that are very unique and representative of our community. And I didn't want to let Councillor Fortune's comment go without a response to that, as I think it is time to throw some money behind a more robust survey. I think you've done a phenomenal job, but I think that I do want to tease some of this out and have this information specifically for fueling policy discussions. So I would support that next year, and having some questions that are really focused toward the city of Manitou. And we might, who knows, we might get a higher response rate, maybe not, but maybe we will. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, council. Okay, Alex, thank you very much. Great. Good. Okay, so next we're going to hear on our wastewater and manhole assessment presentation. And we're going to have Jeff Jones from Public Works, Russ Mills from the Water Department, and Jeff, I'll ask you to introduce your guest.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm Jeff Jones, Public Works Director. Excuse me, I got a sore throat, so I'll try to get through this. Russ Mills, the superintendent. It's not that kind of sore throat, though. Be all right. And then also we have Mr. Quinn Peterson from RH Borden, who'll give us some specifics behind the technology that we have here. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Quinn Peterson to start it off. It's got press and pretty close to you, about 3 inches away from you.
Oh, nice wireless. Very nice. Hi, I'm Quinn Peterson. I'm with RH Borden. Our company is out of Salt Lake City. We have 105 at last count city customers across 6 western states. That's Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, Nevada, Colorado, and Arizona. We arrived here in Colorado in August of last year, and one of the first people we called on was Russ. And Russ heard what we had to offer and said, yes, yeah, we would like to get this information. So last October, our company came in and we spent 2 weeks in your city, and we opened all the manholes we could get to, and we used our devices to assess the flowability of every one of your pipes. Flowability means how much flow capacity is in your pipes. The pipes in the sewer system exist for the purpose of getting the wastewater from people's houses, from the businesses to the wastewater plant. And so that's really what we're interested in, is how much water.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah.
Peterson, if you could speak a little closer to
sure.
the mic. We've got people listening online or at home, and if you, one of the tricks with these microphones is you need to be about 3 inches away from it. So-
Okay, I will do
so
that.
we'll try to send out a good signal for the listeners at home. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Continue, please.
All right, so last year, like I said, in October, we went through the city, and we were basically your reconnaissance team for finding out what's going on with your wastewater collection system. The devices that are in front of you, they're called the Sewer Line Rapid Assessment Tool. We have 2 ends. They go on top of adjacent manholes. One end has a big speaker in it, and the other end has a microphone in it. There's some other things in there. There's a GPS, there's a battery, a computer, and so forth. And the speaker end sends a series of tones. If you've ever had your hearing tested, you know what this sounds like, except it's a lot louder. The series of tones goes down the pipes. The listening end is going to compare what it actually heard coming through the pipes with what it should have heard if the pipe was completely clear. And the idea here is sound waves and water waves flow in roughly similar ways. And if there's anything in a pipe that restricts the flow of water, it also will restrict the flow of sound and kind of mangle it a little bit. So the idea here is we will take this data from these different tones, the computer will crunch them, and in about 80 seconds, it will tell us a score of 0 to 10 for that segment of pipe between those 2 manholes. So what we found as we went through your system was well, let me back up and tell you what we expect to find. In the average system, we've done about 30 million feet of pipe now. In the average system, we see a graph that looks kind of like the one that's in your packet there. About 72% of pipes are green. That means they're good. That means there is significant excess capacity in those pipes. We have shown this to your insurance company, who's CIRSA. They have looked at it and they've said, we like this. The advantages of doing it this way are, first of all, we're going to look at the entire system every year rather than looking at just a piece of the system. So every year we'll find every problem that has shown up that year. And then Russ and Jeff can go out and make sure that those pipes are looked at, cleaned, taken care of in some way. So this reduces the latent risk to the system because for most systems, the pipes get looked at every third year. And now we're looking at them every year. And that means that we're cutting out 2 years worth of latent risk where things can happen and you just don't know about it. It also allows us to prioritize what needs to be done. The biggest problem with most wastewater collection systems is you just don't know where to start. It's all underground. You can't see it. You know that 11% of these pipes have a problem, but you don't know which 11%. And with these devices, we're able to not only find out which 11%, we're able to identify them and we're able to put them up on a map, which Jeff will show you here in a minute. The devices, like I said, have been approved by the EPA. The method that we used on these devices to use with these devices has been approved by your insurance company, CIRSA. And so let's go back to the pie chart. Ordinarily, we see about 72% of pipes in a system the first year will come back as being good. And under CIRSA's rules, you then have the option to not clean those 72%. In most systems, you're going to clean about 33% of the system every year. So this, in the first year, reduces our cleaning a little bit, but it also gives us a lot more information. The second year, we see usually increases in that number of 7 to 10%. And the reason that happens is we're going to identify what is absolutely the worst thing. Russ and Jeff are going to go out and take care of that. And then next year, when we do this same thing, those things will no longer be a problem. So we get to move up the level of severity. We'll identify the worst things this year, and then we'll identify the worst things next year, which are probably not going to be the same things that were the worst thing this year because we fixed those. So we see year over year improvement every year that we do this. In your system, you want to go to the next slide and we'll look at, this is the graph that we had for your system. 70% of the pipes that we surveyed came back in that green category. So this means that you're about average for a new system just going on to this method of maintenance. And then I can't read my slide here. What did we come up with on the poor? The red section there? 13%. So that tells us where we want to start. So if the devices tell us that 13% of your pipes have significant flow constrictions, flow reductions, that tells Russ, well, that's where we want to get started. And really the advantage here is we're identifying the worst problems and getting on them every year. So I think that is really the nuts and bolts of the system, the technology, and the methodology. Do you have any questions about this specific technology or about the method we used?
Council, questions? Well, Judith and then Nancy.
Yeah, I live on a street that's got a lot of red. So I'm wondering what the time frame is for the city to take care of the 13%. That's my first question. Second of all, at a price tag of, I believe, $30,000 annually. Is that what? Is that an ongoing annual expense and we'll be doing this every year? At regardless of how, so there'll be, each year there'll be new red zones and yellow zones.
We will, but the red zone should get less and less. So maybe we can spread out our testing maybe every other year if we get
At
to a
some
good
point.
point, but it'll take a while. Because right now, this is a new technology, and I think that it says right here on this next slide, we're the first in Colorado to do it. So that was pretty
It's pretty
exciting.
impressive. So any ballpark on a time frame, or is it just really too early to tell how long it's going to take to rectify the 13% of the worst problems?
I don't know exactly in years, but I can tell you this. We just recently filled out a 15-year SIP plan, capital improvement plan, using this data in order to take care of the red areas first over between 2023 for the next 15 years. So we have that done. We just did it the other day. So this data has already come in handy by letting us go ahead and plan out for 15 years of what we want to do. And it's pretty expensive too, depending on the length of the pipe or the street we're talking about. It could be, $1 million, because once you open it up, a street up to replace, say, a sewer line, you want to go ahead and replace the water line at the same time, and then go ahead and pave the street. Makes perfect sense, right? You do it all at once when you have it open. So that's costly. But we're planning on, obviously, and which I'll go over here in just a moment, in our next couple slides, looking at breaking out the red zones and taking on those first. I can get probably a decent ideal. I can't give it to you right now how many years it'll take, but it'll be pretty substantial.
So you're referring to what would be slide 10? Is that the red zones that you'll be prioritizing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And
And then the one after that too, slide 11. please.
And Councillor Chandler, that's a great question about cost too, and I didn't address that at all. One of the advantages that you have in this is significantly less expensive than running a jet truck out to actually clean the line.
Yes.
And so the way the economics of it work is every foot of pipe that we can take off of that list to be cleaned, because it turns out it's green, saves the city between, 50 and $1.20, depending on how you figure your costs for that kind of cleaning, 50 cents to $1.20. And as we get more of that green pipe year over year, we'll find that the overall cleaning costs should go down, and that money and those resources can then be applied to other projects.
Nancy?
Thanks. Just a related question, not directly pertaining to this. Is there any technology out there that can assess where our pipes are leaking, where we're losing?
Yeah, we're not aware of any, and we don't offer one. But there was one other thing I wanted to say. We've got a slide here about thoughts from RH Borden, and the first thought I want to say is just we really appreciate the leadership of Manitou Springs. When we showed up here, Russ immediately saw the potential, and he went first. And that's testament to his desire to make the city better. But it also, I think, reflects very well on you, because what I find in a lot of cities is there's a real hesitance on the part of the employees, the staff, to say, this looks good and I want to do it, because they're worried about how the town council is going to support it. And so thank you for allowing Russ to go first. I will tell you, he can recognize an opportunity, because he said, well, if I'm going first, we should get a discount. And so you did. I have in here on this slide that 9 other cities have followed Manitou's lead. That's actually some old data. That's from a couple of months ago. We actually have 19 cities that have signed on to do this since you did. And also, because you are a city and are insured by CIRSA, when Russ and Jeff stepped up and did this, it made CIRSA pay attention, look at it, watch a demo, look at the data, and they have now approved this for every city in Colorado. So Manitou Springs has opened the door for every other city in Colorado. And Right now, we're using this in the city of Brighton and the city of Castle Rock because of Manitou Springs.
Good, thank you. Council, other questions? Just had a question. So we have the dog and then the pony, and they're so many feet apart, two different manholes. Does the accuracy fall off as a function of distance?
It does. There is an upper limit, and it's 800 feet. And I don't think we had any runs of more than that were 800 feet in the city of Manitou Springs. We're looking at a couple of things here. We're looking at the amount of sound that goes through the pipe, but more importantly, we're looking at the quality of the sound. Each one of those different tones looks a little bit different if you were to look at them as on a graph. And so the theory, as I understand it, is that different things in the pipe reflect different tones, and that's how it builds that score from 0 to 10.
Okay, good. And in looking at slides, I guess we've got about 34,000 feet that's on that are on dead end situations. So I mean, obviously we've got enough work to do right now, but at some point I'd like to think that there'll be a way to test those dead ends. Maybe we drill a hole in or something, but that's probably another day unless you've got an answer.
I don't have an answer to that. I mean, obviously, like you said, Mr. Mayor, we're gonna go with what we were able to assess first and get the red to green as much as possible. But then also there's 21,459 feet of inaccessible manholes. And those over the years have been paved over. So luckily we have a map, but it's an older map. So we're trying to go out and locate those manholes. So there's some we couldn't do just for that they're not dead end, but we couldn't go from manhole to manhole. So that we're going to be working on that probably second, because that's a little less invasive than the final part of being able to test from a dead end where it dead ends.
Okay, great. That makes sense. I'm glad you mentioned that. That's helpful.
Yeah. And if you'll notice on that last slide up there, we've broken out all the red portions, and that's what we're going to be hitting first. And we incorporated that and we studied it into our 15-year SIP plan for some to look at it. And we also take our camera out and look at these red ones to give an idea of how bad they are. And also, if it's red, it tells us we need to go out and maybe we need to clean them more often on a frequent basis until we can get them replaced if they need be. So it's a very good tool to use. We're proud that we were the first city in Colorado to do it. And we think it's going to be very helpful for everyone. It's going to cut down greatly on our sewer calls and our backups for our residents.
No, I think we've seen that. I think when this council took office, or 2.5 years or so ago, I know I had a joke with Alex that he couldn't go for more than 10 days without reporting an emergency sewer backup. We had crews out. I mean, it was just usually on a holiday or a weekend or something, or the day before the temperature fell down to like 15 below zero. So that kind of that reactive stance the city was practicing, I'm glad to see it's been replaced with a proactive methodology where we're going out and trying to take care of the problems when they're easier to get at and cheaper, assuming they're ever easier or cheaper, but there's a worse time, I'm sure. Great. Denise?
I just want a question for clarification. If it's red, that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be replaced. Is that correct? Because we talked about that. Could be that it didn't read correctly, right? Because it could be, and I don't know the exact vernacular or language, but some things. So if it's red, it doesn't mean if the resident sees something and they say, oh, my street is red, that doesn't necessarily mean that it absolutely has to be replaced. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
The way that these maps read, and in our experience, when we see a pipe that's red, about half the time, that's just dirty. And so when Russ gets that cleaned, that'll turn green. About half the time, it won't turn green. And what we know then is there's a structural problem in that pipe. And a red or a black doesn't necessarily mean that it's in imminent danger of backing up. What it means is that the flow is restricted. And sometimes the flow is restricted because the ground settles and the pipe bends. And so that bend fills up with water. So water's still going through there, but sound can't get through there because the air gap above that water has been restricted or eliminated. And what they're able to do then is they're able to look at those with the camera and say, okay, which ones are the worst ones? Which ones are we most worried about? And there's a whole bunch of different things that Jeff and Russ are going to think about as they prioritize those red lines.
Yeah, and thank you for that. That's exactly right. So when I see the red on the map, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go out, and we're going to clean the line. And after we clean the line, then we're going to camera the line. It's going to be a progressive. And then we're going to monitor it. And if we don't see any breaks or separations or too big of a belly in the pipe as he was talking about, then when they come back to test it again, if it repeats and it's red, then we know we have a problem. And that's the ones we have to replace. So.
Great. Anything else, council? Guess not. Well, in Manitou, we don't always agree on the art that we want in the street or what we want our buildings to look like or the kind of music we want to hear, but everybody wants sewers that work. So I think we have 100% public buy-in on workable sewers. So thank you, gentlemen.
May
Yeah,
I make one
Russ.
other statement? The reason why you've seen such a decrease in sewer backups is really because of the cleaning. And they measure every month and I think it's on the weekly report of the feet clean. Like last year we did 40,000 feet. We're already at 18,000 this year. So it really gives that preventive maintenance. We never used to do that. And now they're measuring it and really going out and doing it. And this allows that. So it's due to their leadership that this is happening.
You're right. And I remember seeing that in the annual report. I think it was like 7.5 miles of sewer trim. So good. That's helping a lot. Okay. Oh, Judith, something?
I just want to say that I think this is phenomenal. I mean, I think this is really fascinating to me because I can see this saving the city significant amount of time, energy, and money. And so I really am very, very impressed and also, happy that we were the first town to do it. So kudos. Thank you.
Great. Quinn, did you have
Yeah,
something?
could I just, Councilor Chandler, one of the other things that this is really useful for is it saves water. It takes about 2 gallons of water to clean about 6 inches of pipe. And with Colorado being in such a drought, that's something else that you can let your residents know about.
And it saves insurance. CRSA, this is big for our CRSA insurance claims.
Great. So what, Julie?
Does it reduce our premium because we're in such good shape?
It will. One of the things that happened, it was either last year or the year before, I can't remember, is we had to talk to CRSA about what we're doing in our preventive maintenance. And because they were concerned about the number that we've had, but our number has decreased substantially due to the leadership. And we presented this to them. So it's going to show that we have a clear plan of how to move. So yes, it will.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay. Interesting technology. Okay, great. And next we have a discussion of litter and waste control, the proposed ordinance and long-term waste control efforts. So we have our city planner, Hannah, here. Hannah, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Graham and the members of City Council. So I'm ready to talk trash today. I do have a very short or relatively short presentation to help set the stage for what I'm hoping to talk about. And then I did include a few attachments to your packet, which does include a draft ordinance if we decided to move forward with something like that.
Hannah, do we have your presentation up because it wasn't part of the packet? Do you have? Could we take one moment and go get it
Yeah,
on
I
a
can get it
thumb
real
drive?
quick. I
We
didn't
did not
realize-
get it in the packet before. So I think it's really important that we pull that up. If we could take
Okay.
just 1 second.
Could we, would council be okay with, say, a 10-minute break? We can go ahead and work the
think if we-
technical problems, come back at a quarter after? Let's go ahead and do that. Let's
Great.
come back at a quarter after.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we're going to talk about it here pretty quick. See, I think we've got her back. So,
Mayor, can I do
yeah,
a
yeah.
explanation
Could you
of?
explain the
Yeah.
technical situation here?
So I own this 100%. This is the first time Hannah has presented to you in a formal manner. And at our previous employment, PowerPoints were not included in the packet. They were given that day, and I did not inform her of that. So she was working on it yesterday, and I said, well, do it this way this time. So this is not Hannah's error. It is 100% my error in the communication and the expectation. So I apologize to all of you, but Hannah will be able to go. She has her PowerPoint and she'll speak accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, we're all back in present. So Hannah, you got the floor.
Great, thank you. So just as a quick introduction to what we're hoping to talk about today, in the PowerPoint, this listed everything, but I'll just do a real quick version since it sounds like everybody's read the cover memo. So the problem statement during the summer, there seems to be an increase in trash and trash related complaints, and that's happened for a few years. When we kind of dived into this problem, we noticed that there was inconsistent language in the code, and that there was 3 different sections that regulated trash, and they didn't really talk to each other, and they had different regulations. So in my opinion, my professional opinion, a reasonably informed person would go to one section, try to do the right thing, and then find, oh, wait, that wasn't actually accurate, because what we are trying to enforce is actually in the animal section of code. So what I'm hoping to talk about is the current conditions, how we're currently handling it, common misconceptions that we've heard as we've started this enforcement process, proposed code fixes, an informational outreach plan, and enforcement options in case there were particular council people who felt like we needed to either increase enforcement, increase pressure, or back off a little bit. We also wanted to present a couple of potential long-term options, because even if we were to fix these code changes or fix the code and communicate a singular message, that doesn't necessarily change that we have a certain amount of waste that's being produced. So what's currently happening is we are seeing a bunch of C-click fixes, and also just around town, it's just driving around, you can see some of these issues of overflowing trash. There's examples of illegal dumping where somebody has seen a dumpster that appears to be unmanned and dropped off a bag of trash or a couch or something along those lines. And we're also seeing examples of wildlife getting into that trash. So the point of one of those code sections is wildlife resistant containers and enclosures, and that hasn't been consistently enforced since it was written in 2019, I believe. We also are seeing a lot of instances of large items that are being left out in the right of way that weren't scheduled for a special pickup with their waste disposal company. So our current enforcement approach is that we would give a verbal or written warning saying if we come across an overflowing trash can or a couch that's been left on the street or something like that, we say, okay, this is against city code. Next time we're going to fine you. And then if we go back to that address, we do issue a fine. To abate the issue, it's dependent on the particular case. So if there is an overflowing trash can and they're telling us that pickup is in a couple of days, then we'll give them those couple of days in order to actually get it picked up. So that's how we've been handling it currently. But as you'll see in the potential enforcement options that I'm going to outline, we can be a little bit more, put more pressure on. So we issue that $250 fine if we have a repeat offender. And if there is a late or missed pickup, we assist by calling that waste disposal company. It's kind of difficult because particularly with commercial businesses, this is a private commercial business that has a private commercial contract that the city is not a part of. So we can call as a courtesy to the business owner, but we can't necessarily force right now that a company come out and pick up because the city is not a part of the contract. However, if it's a resident using GFL, we have a little bit more authority because of that single hauler ordinance that we currently have. Also, if we notice that there's no responsible party on site, like an apartment complex where maybe the property manager is elsewhere, we will do our best by cleaning up the issue ourselves. So there's been multiple cases where we go out to a property with a pickup truck and we clean up whether wildlife got into it, or we'll pick up the couch ourselves and haul it off. We do have that authority, so that's also outlined in the potential enforcement options that we could do if it were desired by the city council. So common misconceptions that we've heard as we've started to really enforce this stuff is what's an acceptable container? So right now, one of the code sections that I talked about does allow a closed bag as an acceptable waste container, whether that was outside of a bin or not. So there's been some confusion in that arena. There also has been some confusion on whether non-attractants like cardboard boxes or other household items can be outside of a container, just piled up next to the trash bin or something like that. There's also been some confusion on whether there's a single hauler requirement for commercial businesses. We've heard from a number of businesses that they thought that they had to use one particular company, and that's not actually the case. And there's also been some confusion on when those bins can even be placed curbside. So another section of code says that they can be out at any time of day and up to 12 hours, whereas the wildlife section says no later or no earlier than 5 a.m. and then back on the property by 9 p.m.
So I'm confused. Our current code says a watertight container of solid and durable metal, okay, or plastic with a tight fitting insect and rodent proof cover of metal or plastic. How is it that you're interpreting that a plastic bag sitting alongside of the road is acceptable?
Sure. And so there are multiple sections that we are trying to work with. And so,
but in this section here is specific. I'm just wondering, how is that not meet that requirement?
So in another section, which is chapter 6, section 24, it does define what a container is. And in that particular section, it does say a plastic bag securely tied or sealed of a material impenetrable by liquid or greases. And it further describes a standard trash bag, but that is defined as an accepted container in that particular section. So right or wrong, we do have inconsistent language.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So my next slide would have been those proposed code fixes. The code fixes really bring the wildlife section up to the baseline. So we would have sections within chapter 6, whether that was section 24 or 27, they would all mimic what is said in the wildlife section, which would be the most restrictive of the three. So the draft ordinance that's a part of this packet does exactly that. So we would be enforcing what's in chapter 7 from here on. It does also expand a little bit on what is considered an attractant. So right now, it does say that cardboard boxes are not considered those items and maybe stored outside of a bin. However, I'm proposing that we expand that a little bit to say any box that was used to store food or held food or any type of attractant at any time has to be in a bin. And again, I'm proposing something that would make everything consistent, but if we need to go further on the wildlife section or however, whatever was acceptable, we can do that. I haven't done any public outreach purely because this is just bringing everything to what is required in Chapter 7. So after we make language consistent or concurrently with, I'm proposing that we do an information blast out to the public that clears up these misconceptions and also makes it clear what our expectations are. So that would be updating the website, making that website really easy to find from the homepage. It would be an informational flyer that we could distribute as part of a warning. It would also be placed up front of this building and in other community gathering areas. I'm proposing some social media posts, an article in the Pikes Peak Bulletin, and also the members of City Council know the community best. So if you know any other way to get the word out, we're happy to do that as well. So this is where I wanted to dive into some potential enforcement options. So you heard what we've been doing in the past, but we can definitely adjust that approach. We are planning, regardless of how City Council wants to go, to make our warnings very formal. They would come in the form of a written statement that would have proposed remedies in there. That's not something that's currently being done. It's more on an informal basis. It is recorded with us, but it's more of a discussion between two individuals. And I'm proposing that we make that very clear and formal what our expectations would be and offer how somebody could accomplish those things. I'm also proposing, after a formal written warning, that we would issue a $250 fine, which is outlined in the fees and fines schedule that's adopted by City Council. We are able to charge $25 per hour for any amount of time that we use in cleaning up an issue. We haven't been doing that in the past, but it is within our authority to do.
Julie, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Is the $25 an hour part of our code, or is that just something that the staff has discretion to determine?
So it's not necessarily, or thank you for that question. It's not necessarily something staff has discretion over. It's within the council adopted fines and fees schedule that's looked at every year. So it's under the nuisance section in the neighborhood services section.
Well, it seems to me that we probably have to pay more than $25 an hour if you look at insurance, retirement, and everything, and then plus your base pay, and maybe even OT. So I think that number needs to be doubled at least. And if that's something you could look at and maybe bring back to us, that'd be great, because that seems kind of silly.
I would agree. So that's definitely something that we can look at when we are looking at the fines and fees for the 2023, and I can research some examples from other cities, see what numbers they use to charge per hour, and we can go from there.
Why do we have to wait till 2023? Can't we just like vote on it in a couple of weeks?
Do you want me to
As
take
part
that?
of
We can
this?
bring you a revised fee schedule with just that one.
Yeah.
What we do is in November, we bring a revised fee schedule, but if all of council wants us to up that, we can definitely bring it in the next couple of weeks and provide a revised fee schedule for what you want on that, if
Yeah.
that's what you choose.
Yeah, we've already updated the fee schedule a couple times this year. We did it with parking, a few weeks ago. So
Yeah,
it's,
we
I
can
mean,
look at
it's
this one.
not a huge,
Oh, you don't want to look at it.
I mean, it doesn't take an act of Congress to update. We just have to make up our minds. I mean, and it helps to have the data to support that, but we
Yeah.
could do that fairly quickly.
Sure, we could do it in like 10 minutes or less.
Okay, great.
Great. Yeah, if that's something that's amenable by council, I'm happy to do that sooner. Other options that we can consider is if there's a particularly egregious infraction, or if it's taking multiple days to clean something up, we can look at a daily fine of $250 until a situation is abated or fixed. We haven't been doing that as of right now, but it is an option. So it would be a pretty extensive fee, but we could also look at increasing the $250 fine, the initial $250 fine, in addition to the per hour fine. We could also look at a progressive fine where your first time that we're having to issue a fine is $250. The second time we're having to go out to the property, it's $400. Third time it's at some other number. And those are just general numbers that I'm throwing out for conversation purposes. But we could look at those three different options: a daily fine, a progressive fine, or just a steeper initial fine if we needed to do that.
Okay.
So the last thing that I wanted to touch on is if we work out this enforcement and we create consistent code language, we're communicating a singular, clear message that doesn't necessarily reduce the amount of waste that's being generated. And it may not reduce the amount of issues that we are coming across. It may discourage those things, but there are some long-term approaches that we could look further into and bring back to the council if we wanted to, or if you guys wanted to hear more about it, that may potentially reduce that waste or cause, or I guess just more consistency amongst some of these businesses. So the first one I wanted to propose is a waste audit. That waste audit would characterize the waste stream, and it may help us better understand some of the businesses or residences or something like of that nature that are high producers, and ways that the city may be able to discourage some of that waste production. And I can't necessarily say at this stage exactly what that would look like, but it's something I could propose or look further into and present to the city council if it's something we wanted to go down.
Question?
Second, I think Judith first and then John. Judith?
Just a quick question on the waste audit. I know that Colorado Springs is conducting a waste audit. I believe Samantha Bailey's spearheading that. I thought that Manitou had the potential to be included in that audit. Could you explain why that didn't happen, if it's not happening?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Chandler. So I was made aware after I started that Manitou Springs had the opportunity to essentially piggyback on City of Colorado Springs' waste audit. And I don't know specifically why that didn't happen. It might have just been bad timing, or information wasn't given in a timely manner. I'm not particularly sure. But what I do know is I have reached out to Ms. Bailey since then. And there will be other opportunities, particularly in Q3 of this year, where we could apply for another grant and then piggyback onto their process a little bit later into their study, I guess. So the door's not closed for that potential.
Because the Colorado Springs is 100% grant funded or mostly grant funded. Is that correct?
I'm not exactly sure the percentage,
Okay.
but I do know that they are being funded in some part by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment grant.
Thank you.
Mr. Shada?
Yes, I noticed the General Assembly passed a rather lengthy bill that starts in 2023. And I think we ought to look at that because that thing addresses an awful lot of the waste stream. Okay, has lots of incentives and regulations. It's a pretty intimidating bill to read, but I think we ought to look at that before we jump into a waste audit, because I think there may be grants and stuff like that that's coming forward in that. I think that's got all sorts of fees. It's got, laws removing plastic bags, lots of stuff. I mean, whoever wrote this was busy. It is very long. So I think before we jump into this, we got to look into that with that bill that the governor just signed.
Yeah, thank you.
Nancy?
Are you done? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, I have a number of comments and concerns.
Well, Nancy, if,
Do you want me to wait till?
well, I think maybe that'd be good. Hannah, why don't we let you go ahead and finish up, and then if you'll entertain questions, would that be okay, Nancy? If you're gonna have a number of them, I think we'll just give Hannah a chance to possibly answer questions before we ask them.
Great. So the other potential long-term approach that I wanted to present was there is a single hauler for residential properties currently. There is not one for commercial businesses. One of the things that we've heard is that some companies are pretty unreliable and they have been missing pickups. They've been late on pickups, this, that, and the other. And it's not necessarily an excuse because anybody can really rent a truck and go to the dump, but it is a hurdle for businesses. And so one of the things we could do is look at doing a second single hauler ordinance or expanding the existing one. That is an option. It would help with identifying one responsible party. There would be one schedule, and the city would be a party to that contract, and we would have more enforcement authority over it. Also, we could look at exploring requiring certain types of commercial businesses to have a contract that says that their waste will be picked up a certain number of times in the week. Right now, the code says that you have to have at least one weekly pickup, but that's as specifically as it gets, or as specific as it gets. So that is another option. We could identify some of those, I guess, heavy users who produce a lot of waste and look at requiring 3 or 4 and weekend pickups and things like that. The last long-term approach that I was going to present was if we had one company in particular who is not meeting the contract obligations that are outlined in their business license, we could suspend or revoke that business license. That would be pretty extreme, but we do have that authority as well. With every business license, they do produce some sort of a business plan that says that we will meet these obligations. We approve that business license. And if there were very consistent failures to meet that obligation, we could look into bringing a suspension or a revoke business license to the city council. That was the only, or those were my set of potential long-term approaches to address this issue that seems to come up relatively frequently. However, I'm open to any other suggestions or any direction that the city council has.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Nancy had asked questions, and then John will hear from you. Just to make sure you're ready to field questions now, Hannah?
At this time, yes.
Okay, great. So Nancy?
Thank you. First of all, you've laid out a lot of really great options and identified those inconsistencies, which brings me to the question of what is the responsibility of our city attorney when we're passing new ordinances, as we did in 2018, 2019 with the wildlife ordinance, to point out these inconsistencies to us? I had assumed that the city attorney, when we're putting a new ordinance in place, was looking at this exact sort of thing, but maybe my expectations are too high. I don't know. So that was my first question. Secondly, also pertaining to city attorney is when we did pass the wildlife one on the bear or the wild resistant containers, we were told that, if memory serves me, we were absolutely told that legally we could not put in a single hauler for the businesses. We could only do it for residents. I hope that we can that we can require them to do multiple pickups, but maybe that's changed, but that was a significant constraint put on us.
Oh, can I ask you, Nancy, before you go on, were you told that as a legal matter or
Yes.
just as a practical matter?
As a legal matter,
And
that
was
legally we could not require that.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. So
Huh.
anyway, so just
Okay.
things to follow up on, and maybe it's changed or maybe I misunderstood, but we asked it several times. So when you mentioned that we currently give people a couple of days if the trash is going to be picked up in a couple of days, well, that is a huge concern to me, because we worked very closely with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and a bear, once successful, will come back up to 30 times to the same location to be successful again. So every time they're successful, every time they're given an increased opportunity, it puts our residents at risk, and it puts the bear at risk, or the bear or bears, because they're teaching their cubs to come here as well. So I am having done a lot of effort with the Bear Smart Committee on that. That is a huge concern to me, and I think a priority for our community. Which brings me to GFL and our single hauler. It is very difficult to enforce any of these regulations when GFL doesn't show up and we don't know about it. So one of my questions is I'd like to know more about, is GFL being fined in accordance with the contract when they don't show up or they don't communicate with us. I know sometimes I find out on Facebook that they're not going to show up. I think once I've gotten an email from them that they're not going to show up. And I understand and I want to be tolerant to the fact that employees are very difficult to find. But it's very problematic when we're in a situation where the priority is to keep our community from being a mess. One of the things that the expectation of the trash company has, I believe, is that the trash must all be in containers with it's not just our ordinance, I believe, that calls for that. I think the contract that we have with the trash hauler also requires it. And if it's outside of the container, potentially they can charge that customer for additional pickup. So I think that needs probably a little bit more attention if they're going to stack cardboard boxes or other stuff outside. We did have I also want to express that I am sympathetic to people because trash is an issue. And I know that we did get a grant a few years ago and there were a bunch of bear resistant containers or wildlife resistant containers at Public Works. I don't know if they're still there. And there was a process by which residents could get them for a reduced cost or for free. And I don't know. And we had trouble getting people to take them. So I don't know if that's still the case or if they finally, I know the code enforcement officer was basically giving them away at one point. So that's another issue. And I would say just that my personal priority is just that we look first at how to make the ordinances consistent to make this community look better so that either trash or containers is not all over the place in an excessive amount of time, that bears can't get into it, that we do something to protect the wildlife. And my second priority, although I think it's a great idea, is the waste stream audit. So I would like to hear more about that, however. So those are, and one more thing. In 2A of the draft ordinance, it says it's a little misleading, I think. It says containers which are not able to close or which do not fit all the ways for pickup are considered insufficient. It is the responsibility of the resident or business to increase the frequency of pickup. I don't see how a residents can increase the pickup. So increase the number of containers. No, absolutely, I know. But it looks like they can either, and I just think it needs clarification. I understood the distinction because it could be that the businesses are increasing their pickup and the residents get additional containers because that's absolutely an option. But I don't think it's an option for them to increase the number of pickups from our single hauler. So I just wanted a little bit more clarity in that particular sentence. So that's all. Thank you. Otherwise, thank you so much for working on this.
Couple things. Mr. Shady has to speak next, but I see that Roy may have a comment here, and then we'll go to Judith. So Roy, then John, then Judith.
Just real quick, the response to a couple of your questions. GFL, initially, we had some issues with them early on, a couple of years ago. They're doing a pretty good job based on our responses and our calls of service. The biggest item that we were facing is the commercial pickups. That's really been one of our biggest problems. And when they're apartments and they have over 7, it's a commercial, so they can pick who they want. Most of the time it's a different company. It's not, GFL doesn't do commercial. So we're getting better results with GFL, but we're struggling with the commercial side.
I would say GFL for the residents is still problematic.
Okay.
That's been my personal experience.
That's fair.
So
the data right now is showing improvement, but we'll continue to work with them because we're in the right track anyway, right?
And we went with GFL because they were significantly lower for the residents, which
Yes.
was great because the alternate was much, much higher cost to the residents. But ultimately it is, again, personally, I've still experienced difficulties with GFL.
Understood. Yes. Thank
So-
you. No, that's okay. We need to know that. So thank you.
And I'm all for fining GFL if they're in accordance with the contract that we have. I mean, we've got a whole laundry list of fines
Yes.
And I don't know if we've been doing that or not.
Well, we definitely reach out to them. We contact them. We do what's required and they know that. So we have them on speed dial. And again, we've been getting some better results because we were getting calls more often and it's starting to go down. So we're in the right track. But we are also looking at that going forward if it's time to look at another hauler, et cetera. So the other thing is just the Bear grant. And Nancy, I don't know if you have any information on that, because everything we looked at this point said we did not get a grant back then, but actually used some city funds to buy the trash cans, and we can't find anything on that. So it would be helpful if you knew maybe where at some point.
Contact Nancy Wilson. She's got
Okay.
all the information on that. I believe we shared some of the grant
Yes.
money from Colorado Springs.
Okay, that's helpful.
So I think it was a joint effort because west side of Colorado Springs also put in a Bear Smart ordinance.
Okay, great. I'll look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. John, I believe you were next.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm all in favor of clarifying ordinances and things like that. But specifically, I think we all in this room know exactly what we're talking about here. There's one particular business downtown in which has overflowing trash for almost 2 weeks into the creek, all of our other businesses. I'd like you to step me through why we have not been able to get that under control with the current ordinance. Because as I read it, we have enough teeth in there. To me, if you had a broken sewage line and you were putting sewage into the creek and you were a restaurant, the health department would expect that you be closed down. This operation continues to every single day generate trash after trash after trash. Step me through how the current ordinance is not working.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Shader, for the opportunity to explain particularly those businesses. So we have issued a fine, that $250 fine, and
Just once?
well, that's part of what we were hoping to talk about today, is if there was support for multiple day fines.
Okay, is there latitude to be fining this every day?
John, let her finish, okay?
Yeah,
Let-
yeah,
let
I'm
her
just
explain.
asking.
Okay.
Can we fine them every day? I'm
Okay,
just
when you
asking.
ask a question, you have to give the person you ask the question of an opportunity to respond. Hannah?
Yes, thank you. So the fee schedule says, or doesn't necessarily specify whether we could issue multiple fines within a certain period of time, or if we can't do that. My interpretation is that we can issue a daily fine. I wanted to get the input of the city council because it could be, if that was a practice we were going to do, which I'm willing to do, if that was something that was supported by the council. The last thing that I would want to do is to come down with a very heavy hand and then have somebody come and speak in front of city council, and then you guys ask, why are you doing this? So if this is something that would be supported by the council, when there is a particularly egregious infraction, such as a couple of downtown businesses currently, we can issue a daily fine or amend the ordinance to do a progressive fine, a steeper initial fine, whichever was most acceptable, I guess.
So just real quick, I believe the current ordinance does not have a $250 fine. In fact, it specifies that you go to court. Okay, have they been issued a court summons?
At this time, no, they haven't.
Thank you. So I'm just curious about how, if we go through this whole machination of moving all this language around, because the way I read the current stuff, we have enough teeth to get a handle of what's going on down there right now. Don't get me wrong. I am totally in for clarifying things. Okay, I'm totally in for that kind of thing. But this code was updated very recently. Okay, and to me, it seems like the problems that we have around town in terms of these overflowing trash bins, containers that are not put away, things that are on the sidewalks for weeks and weeks, it is all currently in our current code. It doesn't seem like we're enforcing it.
Thank you for that feedback. We are working through this process. So I'm hoping to get some direction from the city council tonight on if you would be supportive of a very heavy hand in these particular cases. I can do that. We are happy to do that. I didn't want to be particularly strict if that wasn't the desire by the city council, since it could be a business owner that comes to you who is upset by how staff is operating.
Okay, thank you. John, did you have other questions?
I guess I am just nonplussed with what is going on down in the arcade area. I am just stunned. It's day after day after day after day. There's trash in the creek, okay? It's a big pile. And I was just pulling up See Click Fix, and it's been blamed on the trash hauler. If you are generating this stuff, you cannot say that if you are generating a whole bunch of toxic waste at your house and you're setting it on the curb and you're waiting for somebody to come and pick it up and you're unhappy with their schedule. To me, you need to stop putting that stuff on the curb. This is totally upside down to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, John, I will also mention, I had several fairly lengthy conversations with Alan Kearns of Arcade Amusements. Also a fairly lengthy conversation with Jason Wells from Armadillo Ranch. I've got some other points that I would make regarding that. I'd like to hear from other council before I do that, or I can talk about that now, but it's going to be somewhat long, I'm afraid. I think Judith had raised. Yeah, okay, so it's between Natalie and Judith. Who wants to go first?
I just had a
Judith,
quick
and then-
question. I thought, I could be wrong, but I thought I read this in the weekly report. Did we not apply for another grant for bear proof trash containers and we didn't get it? Am I?
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. We did apply for another grant to get more containers that we could distribute, and we did not receive any of those funds. However, we did follow up with that agency. It was the first year that this grant was available. We followed up with them on how we could improve our application in the future. And we are planning on applying again, and I think we'll have a successful application.
And my last comment is, I think it sounds like there's two different issues here. There's, revising the ordinance, which I'm a big fan of going with the stricter language that is in, I believe, section 7. But I am a big fan of taking a very heavy hand with these businesses. They know what they need to do. And you know what, if a business owner came in front of me in council, I would say, you know what, if we had to euthanize a bear or some cubs because of your trash, oh my goodness. So I'm a big fan of taking a very, very heavy hand with these businesses. They need to clean this up. They need to clean it up now. It is affecting the sanitation of the town, the health and well-being of the environment, the creek, and putting our wildlife at risk.
Thank you. Natalie?
Okay, so my comment was kind of before we became more specific about a particular business. I just wanted to mention that, and I don't believe this should be part of the ordinance, but I really like that we have things like the dumpster days and that we have like the, when we did the chipper days and things like that. I like helping setting our community up for success. And I also like that we have ways where maybe low income individuals have ways of disposing of large items. And I think that helps mitigate things like people sneaking a couch into someone else's dumpster. And so I do think when we talk about this, that we also talk about the fact that the city will continue to be proactive in helping the community be successful in meeting our expectations. Again, that is not specific to the particular problem we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Nancy?
Sorry, I wanted to agree that, or lend my support to the fact that, and I think the way we could do it was similar to how we did with the street performers, is just, there we said, put less of a priority on enforcing that. I would say we absolutely need to put more of a priority on enforcing our trash ordinances. Because I just like Mayor Pro Tem Shada and Councilor Chandler. I think there are any number of health issues for our residents, for our creek, for any number of things, and it looks terrible. It's just bad. So I think I would like to see, if it's already in the ordinances to enforce, let's enforce it. and then look at options for increasing. I would like to see something progressive. And I completely agree with Counselor Johnson on any way we can help, we should. So we don't have to be where we can avoid being punitive. I'm all for that but when people are just repeatedly violating, and they have been for years, so it's problematic.
Okay, thank you. Julie? Well, yeah, I think so, if you don't mind. Yeah. Okay, so I've had several conversations with Alan Currencies from Arcade Amusements. First he complained, he was upset about a $250 fine, and we chatted about a few other things. And I think, I suggested among other things, he owns the building at 130 Canyon. That's the old Crystal Wizard across the street from the Canyon parking lot. I suggested that maybe that's fenced in. I suggested maybe he could stockpile his trash there and they could pick it up. And he wasn't amenable to that. He said it'd create a bigger trash stream by having the kids haul the trash across the street. So I think he decided it was better just to pay the $250 fine. And a couple of things on that. I think, John, I think our existing ordinances have enough teeth to where we can manage to take the trash out, as it were. The same thing you teach little kids, take the trash out. We want to get that done. Since there are inconsistencies in the ordinances, I think it'd be good to get those cleaned up. And I think that's probably something we need to do. That's not going to solve the immediate problem, which is we've got a stinking pile of garbage up under that little arcade behind Patsy's. I've looked at that couple times in the last couple of days. Alan has said that he's had a lot of problems with his trash company. He fired them. He's in the process of getting somebody else. They didn't come and pick up the trash for 5 days. He didn't haul the trash off on his own for whatever reason. I did look at a lot of and there's 2 3-yard metal dumpsters behind Patsy's right now. My understanding is that one belongs to Patsy's, one belongs to the arcade. There's also like a refrigerator sized cardboard box with trash in it, most of which looks to me to be food related. And then there's some other boxes and bags sitting there. I mean, it's a complete pigsty. It looks like the third world. We don't look like the third happiest city in America. We look like Bangladesh or something. And it's shameful. It's a problem. We need to get it cleaned up. I haven't heard anything from Patsy's. I think they also got the $250 fine and haven't complained. So the question is, can we get this cleaned up? I think the ordinance we have now says, yes, let's get it done. Okay. Long term, we get the ordinances lined up so that they make sense. So the person who wants to comply with the law and that they can get accurate information. In your term, Alan and I tried to talk about some other ways of getting it done. I think at this point, he'll pay the fine, he'll be upset, he'll grouse, and he'll hope that his new trash hauler is going to do a better job. So, I guess another question that I have is, this isn't the first year that this has happened, and we do have a neighborhood services officer or code enforcement person. It would seem to me that there should have been some proactive interaction prior to this, before the city council. We all see this coming up on Click Fix, and I think maybe if there's a policy limitation that's preventing the code enforcement individual from acting on that, then maybe that's something also that council needs to know about. Perhaps would be covered in the new ordinance, but it seems to me like we should have the ammunition to have taken care of this, and for the fact that this rises to the top now is a little disturbing. Okay, Julie.
Thanks. Well, I'm unclear, and it sounds like maybe Hannah is too, about whether our law says 250, if there's something in our code that says the 250 is every fine is a daily fine unless indicated otherwise, or what? It shouldn't be that difficult to get an answer to that question. I was too lazy to read the code. I didn't have time before I came here, but I share everyone else's frustration that here we are, supposedly this lovely tourist place, and it stinks and it looks like hell. It's so irritating. And it's so irritating that we pay all this money for all the city staff and no one's doing anything about it. So if it's $250 a year for me to have a smelly, horrible business trash sitting outside, what the hell? That's not a big deal. So if we're allowed to do $250 a day, I'd like starting to do that right away. I also have an issue with this whole idea. It's like we're babysitting. If I get pulled over for speeding, I'm not going to spend a long time and expect to get any results if I explain that I've had a really rough day and I have to get home sooner. I'm going to miss an important meeting. No. If you're going to be a business, you're responsible for your trash. If you have a lot more trash than you expected that week because it's a holiday weekend and you didn't plan in advance, you go down and you buy a whole bunch of trash cans and you put your stuff in the trash cans. If that's unworkable, because you'd have to hire, buy 1,000 of them, you rent a truck and you haul that stuff away. If you don't want to do that, you can pay $250 a day and then we can send somebody out there. I would like to see the code say that we're gonna, if we clean up the stuff for them, we're charging $100 an hour per employee. I mean, you don't need to bend your wheels with everything you have to do, in my opinion. I mean, this is just me, of course, but in my opinion, you probably have a lot to do. I don't see the point in finding out what 15 other cities are charging. I don't really care. Let's just charge $100 an hour. That way we know at least we're probably covering it. So I would like I think it's ridiculous that we're having paid staff with taxpayer dollars getting on the phone calling trash companies other than GFL because we have a contract. I mean, really, if you can't figure out for your business how to solve your trash problem, you shut that business down until you figure it out. That's the way I feel. I also have some comments about the ordinance too, though, if I could. I think it would be helpful. I appreciate that you're fixing this mess. I think it would be helpful that you change section 2A. This is just a minor thing, but if we're trying to make this user friendly, I mean, I understand how to read legalese, but come on. I think it should say that instead of saying the number thereof, and then you have to think thereof, what the hell? I would just say the number of containers for litter or the number of litter containers shall be considered blah, 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 instead of the thereof thing, And then I also recommend that we put in a section here, since you've been kind enough to tell people where to find the definition of a container bin. I think we should also have a definition of litter in here so that it's cross-referenced so people can find it. Because when I first read this, I mean, I didn't even know that litter was defined in the city as meaning all trash. I think of litter as being either kitty litter or some little thing you throw on the street. So I think that would be good to tell people in here. I think Nancy's suggestion is fine about breaking out 2A into two parts, one that talks about residents and one that talks about businesses, so that it's clear that at least at this time, or you could just even add a sentence. We understand that currently at the moment, a resident does not have the opportunity or the right to increase frequency of pickup. Therefore, if a resident isn't capable of keeping their trash in line, they have to get more containers or, figure something out. It's not I would also add the words at the end of 2A after the word company. I would add to as in TO to ensure compliance with this provision. Because that way you're saying it's your responsibility to comply with this. Also, if you look at 4C, why did I circle that in red? Hold on for a sec. Oh, here we go. Other household waste that cannot reasonably be considered an attractant as defined in this chapter. What's defined in this chapter? Household waste? Because I don't see any definition section. So I think that needs to be clarified. Don't just say elsewhere in this chapter. Tell us what the hell the section is so we can find it. So this is supposed to be more user friendly. So that was just kind of I didn't like the way that was worded. And then I think there's an issue, and we were chatting about this a little bit during the break, or I was mentioning it to Denise, but I want the existing code to be enforced right away. And unless our city attorney tells us, oh, you can't do that, I want to see a daily fine of $250 and then the $100 an hour, because I'd love to get our people out there and say, you know what, we're sick. We've already given you $250. We're cleaning up tomorrow and we're charging you. I don't care if it costs $1,000. But this business about this new ordinance taking effect within 5 days, part of the ordinance requires that everyone in town that has trash has to make it a bear-proof bin. Do we really think we're going to find 3,000 households or 1,500 households a bear-proof bin within 5 days? I doubt it. I bought one myself. It was just under $300, and that was years ago. It was right after this other ordinance got passed. They're probably more expensive now. So even if you had enough money to afford it, I don't think we're going to have the whole city in And then the alternative to the trash, the bear-proof bins, which is that you build an enclosure, a bear-proof enclosure. I don't think there's going to be that much building going on in town that we can get compliance in 5 days. So I would like this separated out where about the effectiveness of the ordinance is a certain day for the requirements of bear-proof container or whatever you called it, shed or something. I think you need more time for people to get up
Julia,
to
they've
speed
had
with
3
that.
years to do that. That's been the ordinance for.
Although my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong because I did not take the time, I confess, to go back and read the other ordinance. I thought the ordinance says you can keep a regular trash can in your garage all week long
Yes,
and just take it out on trash day.
that is correct.
This says you have to have a bear-proof can, because when you take it out on trash day, we don't want all the bears coming down every Tuesday.
Right.
Did I
So
read this wrong? Maybe.
The bear-proof ordinance that was put in place in 218, 219, whenever, said that all residents had to either keep their trash cans in a bear-proof enclosure, which was defined, the
Right.
enclosure, or if they couldn't put it in enclosure, then it had to be in a bear-resistant or a wildlife-resistant container,
Right.
which was also defined.
Right, but this, now the new law is different and it's stricter. This one says something different. This one says you can't be doing that anymore. You don't bring your regular old trash can out on trash day and put it on the sidewalk waiting for GFL to show up.
Then I
This
missed
one,
that in
this one
regulation.
says that you shall always use, the only exception of not having a bear-proof can under this new ordinance, which is fine with me, says that you have to pay GFL to go into your garage or into your shed, they pick it up. And I think they charge like $12 a week more for that, or $12 a month. I had that service for a while. But they come and they take it from you, they empty it right away and they put it right back in your shed, and they they lock your shed up again so that there's no opportunity for wildlife to get into your unbear-proofed container. So this is a significant difference. And so they only have 5 days under this ordinance for the whole city. Everyone who's been keeping their regular trash cans in their garage it's illegal now to put it out on trash day. You're gonna have to pay GFL to go in your garage or buy yourself one of these. There's gonna be
We blow back.
quite the
on
demand
that.
for
Yeah.
those things. And I don't know where everyone's gonna get them or where they're gonna get all the money, because mine was like $300. It's probably more now. I think that it's fine to say this ordinance shall take effect immediately or in 5 days, but then have a provision saying maybe you have 3 months or something for everyone to buy their own bear-proof cans or something. And so those are my suggestions. And please, God, can we please have some enforcement? So irritating. To me, it's not enforcement when I hear, oh, well, I had a conversation with this person and, oh, and I even sent them a nice letter. I'm tired of begging for compliance. I think it's time for us to clean up our town. And I'll stop my tirade now. Thank you.
Okay, my understanding in reading the ordinance was that it would still be acceptable to have a non-bear group proof container if it is within a wildlife resistant enclosure. Section 4A says collection bins stored within a wildlife resistant enclosure that are picked up from the enclosure's permanent location need not be wildlife resistant containers.
That are picked up from the enclosures container. It was my
Well-
understanding that had to be done by the, that's
can-
different from saying it can sit out on the sidewalk from 5 AM until 9 PM under 3B.
I can,
Well,
if I
okay.
can clarify.
Yeah, what's your take on that?
Sure. So I think that this is the heart of the issue, right? So I had interpreted that particular section to say, because of the language at all times that was in the existing ordinance, that we were requiring a wildlife proof or resistant container at all times. So that includes while it's out on curbside. So that is a little bit of an extension of what I'm hearing the actual intent was, which is while it's on the curb, it may be a regular bin. So whichever direction the council would prefer to go with, I'm happy to change it. This was just my interpretation of the intent.
I can tell you that it was the Bear Smart Committee's intent that because it was a significant, we could not get any concession at the time. It was, what was the previous contract with? Thank you. They refused to give any concession on the Bear Smart container cost. So it was a very significant cost to everybody in the community. So at significant discussion, the intent was if it was out between like 5 and whatever time at night, you did not have to have, those were the only hours it was out, you did not have to have a bear resistant or a wildlife resistant container, as long as the rest of the time it was in a enclosure such as a garage. And that's why we went after the grants, because it was cost prohibitive for particularly people downtown who didn't have garages.
So I guess we need to have a discussion at some point on what we want so that Hannah has some direction, because at this point, it sounds like this, at least my interpretation of this new ordinance, which I'm totally in favor of, says everybody has to have a bear proof container unless you pay GFL to take it out, empty it in their truck and put it right back into your bear proof shed or your garage. And I'm glad it says that, but we need more than 5 days to gear up, before people get fined.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. I just want to say a couple things. So yes, I agree with the fine, a daily fine, not progressive. I mean, we already have progressive parking rates. And I just find it quite interesting that we've gone through 2 major holidays and our businesses and the business owners know the increase in tourists every summer. And every summer, because I've been here 3 years now, it's disgusting. Lover's Lane is just awful. I don't even go down by the arcade because you can smell it. Like my dog and I walk down towards Memorial Park. And I agree with Councillor Johnson, with the chipper days that we had and for those, that cannot afford the monthly garbage fees. But we need to get a hold of this, because we are saying that it is okay. Just like when people speed down 24 coming from Woodland Park and Divide, and they're speeding, and the amount of deer that have died just in the last week, unless those cops are there, people aren't slowing down. They know it's okay. So that's what we're telling business owners. It's okay to just throw your garbage, leave it there. I'm surprised tourists still come, and because we're a fun town, we're a happy place, all the things. But this daily fine needs to go into effect pretty soon. Thank you.
Judith?
Hannah, I'd also like to thank you for all of the suggestions that you've brought. This has really been a really robust conversation, much appreciated. A couple things. I agree with Councillor Wolf that we need to give you some direction regarding whether we're going to require, bear proof cans, or if we're going to have a non-bear proof can on trash day between 5 and 9. So I would like to have that addressed. I actually disagree with Councillor Weatherholt and support Councillor Fortune. I would like to see a progressive fine with the new ordinance. I think that this is also a serious public health issue. And so I think that we need to have an ordinance with some teeth in it. I'm okay with fining these businesses $250 a day, but not in perpetuity. I want to see a time, and the council can certainly weigh in on this. I want to see them fined every day for a small amount of time, and then I want to see them in court. So, I mean, I want, I don't want to see them just writing checks for $250. And I also agree that between $50 and $100 an hour, we need to be charging these. I'm fine with $100 for babysitting these businesses and taking care of the problem for them. So, and again, thank you to Counselor Johnson, because I don't want this to be a punitive thing, but if these businesses are not going to comply, then we have to make them feel it. So, thank you.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Shada has something.
You know what? Most of the businesses downtown run clean operations. It's pretty amazing. And we have a few bad offenders, okay? And somehow or another, the message is not getting across. And I want to bring to your attention, it says right in our existing code, 1.1.100 violations. And it very clearly says, it doesn't say the staff has discretion. It says every day, any violation of this code, okay, or any ordinance of the city or regulation can be fined by the court. How much? $2,650 per day. It mentions that over and over and over again in there. And I don't have a problem. And that is the discretion of the court, as I understand section .1.01.100, okay? Not us to figure that out. It says that these are every day such person neglects to comply with this code is a separate offense. Okay, if this was happening, okay, and we also told some of these operations, you're generating this stuff, okay? You're generating this stuff. If you cannot deal with processing it through whatever your problem is, I guess you need to take some days off, okay? A lot of small businesses in downtown Manitou take a day off for their own mental health, okay? Or because there's a pipe leaking or something. We're a small town, okay? We're a historic town. Not every business is all ready every single day. But there are I can name them about 6 offenders that are really blighting our cities. And we are putting money after money after money into slick brochures, okay? And there are families sitting down there behind Patsy's, okay, with rodents running all over the place, okay, playing in all those things. And we have the tools and the current ordinance to get this done. This is a problem. And to me, I would like to see this retroactively done, retroactively. Go back, we have adequate documentation on what the exact day is. And let me tell you, if these people are going to court and having to talk to the judge every single time for one of these offenses, I think they're going to figure it out. Okay? Because $250, I can tell you from some of the small businesses downtown, $250 is not really a big deal. It's like, it is not a big deal, okay? In terms of $250 as opposed to the amount of money. So if that's what we think we've been doing, but I want to point us to our existing code, 1.01.100. I suggest you all read it. It is clear as a bell. These businesses need to go to court. Okay, and we need to stop pleading with them, okay, and babying them, okay? This is a standard business thing that any business is able to comply with. And if you're not able to, you can go out and you can go onto Craigslist or whatever and find somebody who will haul it away in a truck for you temporarily if you've got some issue. We are not talking about something that is outside these businesses' control, okay? Now, with regard to the sofas and all that other kind of stuff, I think that's one of these cases where I think that what we just need to do, and I'm with Natalie, is when we see a sofa on the side of the road, instead of spending 3 hours of staff time trying to figure out who the heck left that dang sink of sofa, I think we ought to pick it up and haul it away. Okay, I think that is just a simple thing to do. It's cheap, easy to do, because the more of this trash that we allow to just accumulate all over the place, it just begets more and more and more and more trash. And let me tell you, ever since we put those wonderful decals down at the bus stop, do you know how much cleaner people have been leaving that? Because it looks so nice. It really does. It's not trashed. It's not getting as marked up and the whole 9 yards. And so I think Natalie's comment on this. So I think that's another thing we ought to do instead of finding who the sofa people are. There are not that many sofas around town. We just need to immediately pick them up, get them up into Public Works and put them into a big old dumpster and get rid of them. And hopefully we don't get a reputation for a town that you can just bring your sofas to. But I'm just appalled that we can't get a grip on this.
Thank you. Question, and while all this conversation is going on, we have a business improvement district, and they make sure that the sidewalks are cleaned and snow's removed during the snowy season. I'm wondering if it would make sense for the bid to be responsible for these overflowing trash situations. In other words, could they monitor it? And if somebody's offended, is an offensive situation, could they be the intermediary so the city proper doesn't have to get involved? They would just call and say, they would call a special pickup from a trash company. The trash company comes up, removes that, and then the offending business is charged for that plus an additional fee or penalty. And we would, instead of sitting here and talking about it, I mean, we can walk up to Patsy's right now and see a bunch of trash, and I'd like to see that we're going to get it removed here in a couple of days. So Roy, you deal with the bid. Can you enlighten me?
We can definitely talk to the bid and see what they can do. All we have to do is reach out to Leslie and we can figure out if they can be of help to that.
Are they city employees?
No.
So they don't have any authority to issue any fines. They can just talk nicey.
Well, they do
We only
clean up.
have 6 businesses or so that are problematic. I hope that if there are any other businesses listening to this meeting online, they don't think we assume all of them are bad guys, because it's just the few offenders, the few bad apples, if you will, that we're really concerned about, which is why I thought this huge public outreach was a little bit overkill. I mean, why don't you just call the big 6 businesses that violate it all the time and let them know? You don't have to wait and have a big community thing
So-
about it, but whatever.
So the bid is responsible to clean the Manitou core. And so they do have responsibility for cleaning and sweeping. That's what they do every day.
Yeah, but I don't think they can issue fines or give you
No.
a thing that makes you have to go to court.
No, but maybe they can help get the message across. Maybe
Well,
they.
I don't care about the
right, I don't-
messaging. Yeah, they can do all the.
Point out problems, but I do want to pinpoint another code here, and this is where we're always finding conflict when we're trying to do our job. So on 7.10.090 penalty assessment, and this is with under the wildlife section, we have to, first violation is a warning. And then we have to give a warning first. We talk to them. So we're trying to follow this code, but we do need help with council cleaning this up for us, because this right here says there's a warning on the first violation. And then after that, they're subject to graduated fine schedule imposed by city council. And I don't think we even have that. So
Can I jump in here and
Yes,
just
sir.
us read section 6.24 under litter? Okay,
I'm on 7.10.
I know. I'm just suggesting we turn to 6.24.
So how do we decide which code to follow?
Because this one here says litter and all waste material. It has the definition of it. I don't think any of these conflicts downtown are per se having to do with a bear getting into it. That's a secondary effect. If we would enforce 6.24, we wouldn't even have to go in the wildlife section of the whole thing. Is my suggestion.
Which is good, because if you go
I
to-
think it's right there that we have the teeth tomorrow to go out and get this thing done without us having to dink around with us. And go back to saying that I agree that it's a great thing to harmonize our code and make it make sense in the whole 9 yards, but I keep hearkening everybody back to 6.24. It seems very, very, very clear.
That's duly noted, John. You've made your point.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
thank you. Thank you. We'll
So-
take a look at that.
Okay, so humor me a minute here. So suppose the bid guy, when he's checking around, checking the sidewalk every morning, he goes and sees if there's offensive trash. Okay, so we enable it so that he can notify the code enforcement person, and she can call a trash company and says, look, you get out here this morning, pick it up, haul it off. She issues a fine, and that fine, and perhaps there's the fine plus it covers the cost of moving the trash, but we get it done quickly. I mean, I guess maybe the code enforcement person could do it without the bid, but I mean, the bid person is down there every day. And it seems to me like that person could be in charge of it. Again, it's like 6 businesses, like I say, John. Once we get them trained, or, and have something that works, then I think the problem will in large part go away.
Yeah, I agree that the bid can be helped, another set of eyes. We know when council gives us and they tell us some problems, that helps us. There's a lot of things going on in the city. So another set of eyes is always good for us if they notice a problem. I don't think we can call their trash company because, again, the businesses, they have their own trash. They don't do a single hauler. But we can get a message out to Cindy and our code enforcement, and she can go out and do the fine and warn them to get it picked up now. And if we go ahead and do additional fines and we keep doing that, then that's going to be the way we get this under control.
Okay, and Roy, just for my benefit, I think you and I guess it was Alex, you actually on a Friday night, you went up and picked up garbage at the Armadillo Ranch because they had no plan to get rid of that garbage and it was going to be the
Well,
weekend. So
yes, they didn't get a pickup. It was a Friday weekend, holiday weekend. Alex and I were the last ones here about 6 p.m. on a Friday. We went out and picked it up with my truck and brought it to Public Works because we weren't going to let visitors and the residents all walk by smelly trash plus the bear
right.
control
Well,
issues. And I know Hannah recently, and she's new, and she already has been out there picking up trash, the same thing. And that's a problem. We appreciate a harder approach on this, and you're directing with that because it's been tough.
Okay, we want to, I think, get some relief here and some consistency so the trash doesn't pile up for multiple days. Okay, Julie.
Does our code currently allow us to do what you just said, to be reimbursed for the cost of removing someone else's trash?
Denise or Hannah?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So right now, the code allows us to have that initial fine, plus we can reference the nuisance abatement section of code, which is where we get the reimbursement for staff costs and time. So that would be above and beyond the
I
25.
see. I know you're brand new, but I have to say, I really, and with all due respect to your comment, Roy, at least for someone like myself who lives right downtown and drives back by that trash at Patsy's every day and walks by it and smells it and sees it day after day. I don't think the problem is that we don't have enough BID people to tell us who's causing a problem. We know the problem, we see the problem, we smell the problem, and it's always the same people making the problems. So I don't care how many more Boy Scouts or whatever we have on the street notifying code enforcement there's a problem. I think the problem is that code enforcement doesn't do code enforcement. They do neighborhood services. They go out and they have coffee and they talk about it. Nothing gets done. So I think it's an enforcement issue. I mean, clearly there's some cleaning up to do here, but we don't necessarily have this problem because there aren't enough BIDs out there telling us about, we already know what the trash problem is. The problem is that no one is doing anything effective about it because we're trying to be too nice and we're babysitting them and treating them like they're disabled mentally and they have to have somebody call their trash company for them. That's ridiculous. You call that, whatever it's called, 800 junk. There's plenty of places you call if you need help. But I don't think that's the city's job to do that. And I think it's sort of ignoring the problem we have if we make it sound like we just don't have enough BIDs telling us when there's trash out in public. It's out there and we all see it and smell it and nothing gets done. And everybody does see click fix and then see click fix says, oh, problem resolved. And I'm like, really? It's resolved? Doesn't look or smell resolved to me. So, that system isn't working. I don't want to hear, oh, just see click fix it. That's not the solution either. It's not being effective.
Okay, great. Thank you, Julie. Denise, you have a response?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that you guys want very aggressive enforcement, starting immediately with what we have and how we can do that, which is the $250 fine or a ticket, and they go to court, and $25 to pick up. And then next week, we can bring back this ordinance and clean it up with a revised fee schedule, because we can bring that at a regular, we'll try to get the fee schedule done by Wednesday, and we'll see if we can get a little extra time with the proposed revised fee schedule for you to look at, to adopt, and then move from there. Is that the consensus that we have from all of council? And then we can go ahead and move on if that works for everyone.
Well, how about this? Are we also going to have first reading on this?
That's
or-
what I will bring that next week as a first reading with what we've understood, and with the comments you've made and what others, and for people to look at and revise again. But we'll bring a first reading, which cleans it up from that point, if that's the direction that I hear from council.
Can I ask for just a point of clarification on what you just said, Denise?
Yeah, go ahead,
You
Judith.
mentioned $25. I thought we talked about, was that for?
We can only do what's in the fee schedule now, so we'd have to bring a revised fee schedule next
so-
week.
So that's why I
So,
just want to
yeah.
make sure that we got that cleared.
Yep.
So right now it's 25, but when we revise it, we
We'll-
will be changing.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
change
you.
it. And what I'm hearing is 100. And I just, we'll put that together. And then if you guys want to talk about it, you can definitely do it at that point and change it and vote on it, because it will be a vote for the fee schedule. So we'll try to put that together for next week with that aspect of it. But that is what I'm hearing. Is that the direction this council is giving us to move forward tonight?
Let's go around the table here real quick. Julie,
Yes, please.
Natalie?
I have some concerns about the bear proofing requirements. And so I don't know how quickly we can work out some of those details. So I don't want that to hold us up, I guess. I don't know how to move forward
I can,
considering that.
I can provide an option.
Yeah, okay.
So since there seems to be some confusion on, well, now we understand what the intent was versus maybe where we want to go with requiring a bear-proof can. While it's curbside, I can write 2 different ordinances. So you have the week to consider which version you would prefer. And then you would have the option to vote on either or.
Okay,
I'm
if you had
comfortable
those
with that.
options, would be okay, Natalie? Okay, John?
Like I said before, I like cleaning things up if it's necessary. I think we ought to be very stern with this enforcement in terms of to get this cleaned up, because I don't think the message is getting across with a $250 fine. As much as I would like one $250 fine to get the job done, it's not getting it done. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes in terms of.
Yes, yes,
reviewing.
thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, I'm gonna.
Yeah, the speech.
Yeah,
Thank
okay, yeah, all right, okay. Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that. My own feeling is that when the garbage containers are curbside, they don't need to be in a bear-proof container. I think that was the original intent. It seems to work well by and large.
John, I would agree.
Okay, and so you, John, so having the 2 flavors would be helpful, Hannah. Great. Nancy,
Yeah, I'm on board. Thank you.
Judith?
Yes, I concur also. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. So hopefully, okay, I'll ask staff. Denise, do you feel like you've got some direction as far as dealing with the problem at hand, and Hannah has direction as far as an ordinance going forward? Yeah, ladies, is that?
Yeah, so thank you for giving us direction and how council would be supportive with us moving forward. We can definitely bring those items to the next council meeting for your review and consideration. I think we've heard what we anticipated to hear. I don't think that we're surprised by any of the concerns that we've heard tonight. So we are happy to move forward with those things, and you'll see it next week.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Hannah, we'll go ahead and start enforcement tomorrow and
Oh, yeah.
do the more sterner enforcement along with the fines and the cleanups.
what I'm hearing is that as of tomorrow morning, we will be doing daily fines until a condition is abated.
Okay.
Right.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, well, council, we have, thank you, Hannah. We have one more work session discussion, that's developing and maintaining human capital, and then we have an executive session, which possibly could be brief. Does anyone want to take a break, or do we want to go ahead and push? John, okay, should we take a 10-minute break then? Okay, so come back at 20 of 9. Thank you. Hi, can we get started? Okay, thanks. Okay, so then the next item, developing and maintaining human capital. And Nancy's going to be presenting this. This dates back to, I think it was our March 20th council retreat. We talked about certain things we all had, I'd say kind of pet projects or things we were particularly interested in. This is one that Nancy was interested in. So Nancy, you have the floor.
Yeah, I wouldn't have characterized it quite that way, but it absolutely did come out of our March retreat. And ultimately, I'd like to talk about personnel more from an altruistic, why we value personnel and they're humans and so on and so on. But tonight I'm talking about human capital and as a resource to the city only. So I want to just keep tying it back to how personnel and human capital are a resource and how we ultimately need to treat them as a resource, but also as humans. So as you can see from this slide, the next slide, please, if you bring. Well, you can all bring it up on your computers, I guess. There's a, turnover of employees the cost of turnover is very, very high. And, I would love it if you could read it, but apparently not. And I'm not going to read you the slides, so you'll have to look at them on your own. And for anyone, okay, if anyone is still out there watching this, again, you can go to our website and pull this briefing up. There's quite a lot of information in it. So maintaining employees, maintaining employees is not our only priority. We also need to provide, as council members, we need to provide an environment that allows them to function at their highest capacity. And that is challenging and takes a lot of maintenance and effort. So at our retreat, I agreed to go a bit deeper into this. And I want to express that this is not an overly deep dive. This is just, I explored the topic some more into how we might get as much from our manpower and that resource as possible. So I like frameworks. I like to deal in frameworks. So I think that frameworks help guide and channel our strategic discussions. So I put this in something of a framework format. And we can use it as we might want to take a deeper dive and flesh out any action plans that we might want for developing and maintaining a high functioning manpower in Manitou. Next slide, please. So I will say that this presentation is very council centric, and you'll see that as I go through it. So what can we do as a council specifically to influence our human capital and resources? And as I thought about it, I believe we have 3 tools at our disposal. And those 3 tools are policy in the forms of ordinance and resolutions, resourcing via the budget, and lastly, influence. And influence is really the biggest and perhaps most powerful tool that we have. We, as a body, set priorities for staff and other human capital to follow. We establish the value and vision for our city, and that values and vision guide us as we develop policy and allocate resources. We provide advice and guidance that personnel need to accomplish their mission, or we should be doing that. And we provide support and encouragement, which can have a huge impact on morale. And on occasion, and I think we all are aware that we have done the opposite, where we've something that we've said either, I think, unintentionally, but nonetheless, it comes across, it could come across very negatively and can actually hurt morale. And I'm also aware that that has happened. Next slide, please. So this is an imperfect conceptual model, but my intent was to show that this framework is city council centric, but it starts to lay out a model where we have a lot of control as a council, and where we go as we get further out in these rings, we have less and less influence of what occurs. And it may look kind of funny to have businesses out there, but I'll explain that a bit later in the briefing. As a city council, we have pretty much complete control over ourselves. We are bound by laws, so we don't totally have control over ourselves. But for the most part, we have tremendous freedom to govern and direct our own actions, individually and as a group. And as such, it is to our benefit to develop ourselves into a high functioning team, and to ensure we set up our successors to do the same, because as we're looking at human capital, we've got to look at who is coming behind us to make sure that we've put things in place for them and get the right people here into this job. So in addition, let's see, boards and commissions are the next set of personnel in this because we have a great deal of control over them. They actually report directly to council per regulation. They do not report to staff. They work in coordination with staff. So they partner with staff. So, but they report directly to us and we appoint them. So our control is pretty high in accordance with our ordinance. Let's see, in addition to those that are in the ordinance, we also have created through resolution in most cases, some other groups that we have some responsibility for. And that's the Sustainability Work Group, the Library Task Force, the Hiawatha Gardens Task Force, and the Pollinator Group, more or less control over those as well. And while not as direct a link, I would also say that the URA and the Chamber are also, we also have a great deal of influence over them and their human capital. And their human capital is instrumental to the effectiveness and efficiency of our city, and in fact have significant budgets that we have some control over as well. And the boards and commissions and task forces are also a very critical link between council and the community at large. So they are made up of community, for the most part, community volunteers. And so we have to, I think it's incumbent upon us to look at how we can most effectively and efficiently use that linkage. They're taking advantage of their work experience and expertise to help us do our jobs better. So the next ring is city staff. And while only the city administrator works directly for us, our influence over staff is huge and probably the largest over any group other than ourselves. And so there's tremendous potential there to increase effectiveness and efficiency and thereby the economic health of our community. And I think we've seen examples of that even tonight where that's a possibility. So next slide, please. So expanding on the framework, I took each of those rings and put a goal with each of them. So for city council, the goal is to recruit and retain high quality individuals to run for city council and develop a high functioning team as a city council. So how can we use our tools to support the goal, this particular goal? The tools that I've outlined shows how we can support that goal. And I want to say up front, they are not all inclusive. They are not prioritized. They have not been fleshed out with who's responsible for potential action plans for each of these, nor how much they might cost. So there's, again, this is not a fleshing out an entire strategic plan and action plan. This is a framework by which we as the council, if we want to pursue any of these things or add to these tools, we can do that there. So there's a starting point for discussion. And I wanted to address, under policy, I had established priorities on policies on diversity, and I really wanted to emphasize this particular one. And I think having Councillor Weatherholt has really helped highlight this for me. So I appreciate her input on this. We have discussed this. I have always believed, and I'm on record for this, that diversity is absolutely critical to our community. And diversity in all facets of it, to include economic, race, gender, LBGT, age, and so on and so on. I don't want to limit diversity to just the legal definitions of diversity, but everything within our community. So a big question that I think we need to answer is, do we want our staff and our boards and commissions to reflect the makeup of our community, or do we want to actively go out and particularly on our staff and seek a more diverse staff? So I just throw that out as a potential question that we might want to answer. Another thing I would suggest that we as a council do is go back to the worksheets that we did for Denise's evaluation. There were some nuggets in there on how we as a council might become more high functioning. And I think since we did that work, that's another place that we could go back and look at. But you can see a number of tools under resources and influence, just some actions that I thought we might like to look at and prioritize and flesh out in the future. Next slide, please. Boards and commissions. I did include in your packet the report that was done in 2017 about boards and commissions. And I would say that that was a particularly low time, particularly between the boards and committees, less so the commissions, but between the staff and the boards and commissions and council. And I see Roy over there nodding his head. It was, and I was on OSAC at the time and participated in this study or this assessment. And I would say in those 5 years, we've come a long, long way. We've implemented several of the recommendations that were in there. We have an updated ordinance. The committees and advisory boards now present directly to council their budget, because at the time they were completely cut out of that. It was staff. It was only staff that was reporting on the budget. The boards, committees and advisory boards spend months researching and developing the recommendations. And again, they are the great link to the larger committee. Yet we as a council give them almost no guidance. So they're left guessing in many cases of what our priorities are. And that's pretty inefficient and ineffective and very frustrating. So I think that there's a lot more that we could mine from that report. There's still recommendations that we could look to implement. But one of the tools that I included, it was I would recommend that we consider a follow-on assessment similar to that, to just see what we've done it with the community, we've done it with staff, where we've done morale and culture surveys. It might be time to look at the boards and commissions again. And I can tell you, just last year, we lost a very high functioning chair of in this case, the Housing Advisory Board, because the support was so non-existent that she just got so frustrated that she left. And I would say that support has now been corrected, but that committee is left way behind, not even beginning to realize their potential, and they were left way behind when they lost their chair. So, as we're looking at resources, purely at human capital as a resource, that's just a really unfortunate loss that we had. Next slide, please. So the next ring is city staff, and the goal there was to recruit and retain high quality individuals and develop a high functioning and integrated team. And you can see the tools and some ideas there. And I would say that staff is where we've seen huge improvements in efficiencies and effectiveness over the past few years. And, we can look, I also included in your packet the survey that was done a few months ago on the culture within staff, which was, I think, much more positive than I, for one, was expecting. And unlike most employers, and we heard this at the Municipal League a couple of weeks ago, they're having terrible times hiring staff. And here we are sitting at almost full up on our staff, which is remarkable, just really impressive. And I do attribute a lot of that to our city administrator and deputy administrator. I think they've done yeoman's work in turning around the culture from being a totally stovepiped organization where the division chiefs didn't even barely talk with one another. Where I would see contracts, we would just be paying the contractors. There was no oversight of the work that was being done. Contracts were being written with no timelines in them. So we've seen tremendous efficiencies and effectiveness over the past few years. And I think that's really, really exciting. I've seen staff, we saw it again tonight, where staff is making recommendations based on solid evidence rather than anecdotal data, or just responding to whoever has the loudest voice, which we used to see a lot of as well, or just flat out favoritism. Staff would have some favorites out there that they'd respond to, and others were not. So we see things are a lot fairer now. So I see the culture in our staff has just really turned around into a service oriented. Now, is there improvement that continues to need to be done? Absolutely. We can always be better. There's always room for improvement. But we've come from what was at a point, and many of you will remember, a very dysfunctional city staff and council, I think, into what is so much better now. Next slide, please. I included this because it was a commitment that the previous council made to our city staff, and it is on the first page of the employee handbook. And this was included after when Malcolm Fleming was here as our interim city administrator. It's yet another framework we can use to develop action steps for city staff. And so I did want to address that study that was done that we heard, I think in May, about the culture. And whenever we do a study, if we don't if we just listen to the recommendations and then do nothing with them, I think that that is a very unfortunate and inappropriate use of resources. So one of the recommendations that came out of that study, which I think we need to pay attention to, is a commitment from council to pay market average. And you'll see some other tools that I had included on the previous page. Next slide, please. So again, businesses was kind of an unusual one, but I wanted to put it in here because in fact, city council, again, this is all tools that city council has. City council does affect how our businesses can or cannot hire and maintain staff. And one, even though we have not a lot of influence, we do have some influence in that area. And the policies that we set do tend to have a large impact. And if I'm hearing correctly from our businesses and from the chamber and so on, one of the biggest problems that the businesses have right now is employee parking. It's cost prohibitive and it's just problematic. And I know that both staff and the Mobility and Parking Board are looking at this. And I would just suggest that this is something that council really pay attention to. And if there are good solutions that they bring forward, that we support those recommendations as a council. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we can use our tools to make, we as a council, we could become a lot more efficient and effective if we have a clear set of priorities derived from well-defined vision and goals. And we need to communicate them to the entire community and use them as a touchstone for all of our decisions. And this is nothing new. You've heard, this is my thing. You've heard me many times in all of our retreats, I bring this up. I am, Plan Manitou has a vision and some values, but it concerns me that we've never gone back and revalidated those. So without a clear strategy, we are guessing where our own commonalities as a council are. We don't, I mean, tonight I was astounded when I hear and pleased, obviously, that we are all pretty passionate about the trash and waste issue. And that's great, but we didn't know that before having that discussion tonight. So I think that it would be just very helpful to know where we are all in agreement and where we are different, and that will help us set priority. I think that will go a huge way to more efficiently and effectively set our priorities. Let's see, and we're also asking everyone else, I mean, strategic plans are nested and you know, it starts at the highest level and goes down and everybody fits into the strategic plan that's above them. And we just really haven't provided that to those in the outer rings of those concentric circle. And to me, that's we're leaving them to guess at things, and that seems to be very ineffective. So I would strongly recommend that we invest time and resources into strategic planning using a highly qualified and objective facilitator to help us do that. So that's what very quick rendition of some of the thoughts that I've had about this issue. And so I'd like to know what your thoughts are and your guidance for any potential next steps. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Nancy. Well, I guess we open it up to council comments and questions. Anybody? No, Natalie?
So yeah, I guess this held meaning for me in that at the CML conference, I was in the library discussion and someone had brought up homelessness and said, how do you manage homelessness? And a number of people came forward with, we collaborate, we do this. And the library said, we value access to this library more than anything. And we know, all of us inside of our being, that is a value we hold. So when problems come forward, we immediately know the answer because we know our values. And I thought, I don't always feel like that's something that I have clarity around as a council member, that we often hear from the 15 or 25 most vocal people, but I don't actually feel like I have a clear understanding of the community values of our constituents we represent. And so that makes it difficult for us, I think, to make decisions sometimes. So I look forward to working toward this. And I know we're discussing updating things like Plan Manitou and maybe making that into a more useful document. But it would be nice to have some clarity around that. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? Judith.
I'm going to have to say it because it came up at the municipal league conference about language. And you know me, I'm very, very picky about that. And so I would say the only thing that really struck me was your use of manpower, which is a very antiquated term. And I think we need to think about human power. I know that was your intent because I know you well enough to know, but it's one of those things, it's just so ingrained. And when you were talking about, or when you were had some issues in your slide about the city administrator, you said we could have a male someday as the city administrators, just that kind of thing, because we were talking about diversity and inclusion. I just want to mainly reflect on the council piece. So first of all, I think it's really great that we committed to doing the diversity and inclusion training. I think that is a positive sign. I think that we need to, as a council, also practice self-care. And one of the things I think it's hard about recruiting, I don't like to use that term, but encouraging people to run for office is that sometimes we're here till midnight. Is that healthy? Do we need to think about that? Do we need to think about our fellow council members who have to get up and go to work the next day? And I also, it came up at the CML conference that, paying fair market value also means taking a look at what you pay your council members or what you just stipend, whatever that is. And that came up. And if we want to recruit a more diverse council, and I would love to see some more younger people running, I think we need to take a look at that. It was a point of discussion. So when we were looking at fair market value, do we value council and what we give ourselves? So those couple things. I think that I will say that some of the most successful retreats that I've experienced with this council have not been facilitated by a facilitator. I think that this last one that we co-facilitated ourselves was one of the most productive retreats that I can experience. And I also thought that we really came together as a council, I thought, and did a phenomenal job at the budget retreat. And I think sometimes we don't give ourselves that little pat on the back, but I was really impressed with that particular retreat. So sometimes we just need to give ourselves a pat on the back. Let's see. I think that was all that I had. Well done, and I appreciate the work that you put into it. Thank you, Nancy.
Michelle?
Nancy, thank you. Great job. I just wanted to say I really, under city council, where you put influence and you have each council member asks and mentors at least one community member to run for council. And the diversity piece that we talked about. And when I went to the CML conference and I went to the diversity workshop, one of the things that we did in little groups was we wrote down what we had that was similar and what was different about us. And I thought that was great. And like you said, like tonight, we all agreed on our trash problem downtown primarily. And I think doing something like that at one of our sessions would be great. And I know we have strategic planning coming up pretty soon. I know also from that same diversity workshop for city staff, as far as recruiting, it was really interesting. I interpreted that gentleman as being a little embarrassed to say that he was from a city that was primarily white, probably more so than Manitou, that he had to hire a police officer from Mississippi. But I also learned how we can reach out to various groups, you know, and I'm not just saying race, you know, like you said, race, age, people with disabilities, military, people coming out of the military, and going to civilian life and whatnot. So to do recruiting that way, you know, and I also talked to Leslie about even our business owners and how we can make, how do we bring them in that are a little bit more diverse. So I just want to thank you. You did, this is great. So thank you.
Others? Julie, did you have comments? Okay. Natalie, anything else? John?
Good job.
It's a good job. Denise?
I just want to mention with Plan Manitou, we, under Hannah's leadership, she's putting out a RFI just to see what it would cost to do Plan Manitou next year, and then we'd go for a DOLA grant. So we are, and that would be an update. So we've got that right now. We're looking at it. We're seeing if we can get the grant and do an administrative grant and go from there. So I just want to share that with you, that we're looking at updating Plan Manitou next year if we can find the funding.
Thank you. Yeah, Nancy, thank you. It's a good job. A lot to mull over and take to heart. Do you
So
have
there's
anything
no
else?
follow-on actions for this?
Would you like to suggest something?
No.
Okay, anyone else suggest? Maybe 2 weeks from now, we come back and take another inventory, see if it gives us a chance to think about it. Everybody got a different idea, better idea?
I wouldn't mind that. And I wouldn't mind follow up on the economic development presentation that I gave as well. So kind of just next steps in general.
Oh, I'm sorry, what exactly are you proposing there, Natalie?
That at the next, whenever we discuss Nancy's presentation, I wouldn't mind support from council on next steps regarding the economic development proposal as well. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would just say that these, and I think whoever volunteered to do these, just like with staff, when they bring presentations to council, it's a lot of work. So if there's no desire on the part of council to do any follow-up, then I'm not interested in doing a whole lot more work on it.
I understand that, yeah. Yeah, Judith?
So perhaps at the August 21st strategic planning session, we can revisit this. I mean, I started reading this on Friday and read it again, and I'd like to digest it further. I know that we walk a very fine line. You use the word influence. We don't direct staff. We can inform staff, and I guess to some extent influence. I wasn't quite sure if there was kind of some greater unsaid that you didn't say that you were thinking that maybe we might pick up on. You did mention that you thought that council
maybe have certain council members at one time or another have inadvertently and unconsciously created some issues. So I wasn't sure if this, framework was part of, a bigger, broader agenda. I do think it's very important for us to do things like really support the chamber, but I also want to make sure we have very clear boundaries with staff and administration in the chamber. And I'll use an example. I thought it was really inappropriate that the Chamber of Commerce came out in support of the zoning change. I don't believe that that is in their purview. It's not what their role is. And so I think it's important for us to make sure we have good boundaries, but also we have to make sure that the entities that we are working with understand what their role is and their boundaries. So I think that this is a really good start for further discussion on a number of topics that you brought up. I just want to have some time to digest it further. So, and I really do appreciate the work that you put into it. I thank you for that.
Thank you, Judith. Michelle?
Thank you. On June 28th, during city correspondence, I had mentioned about doing the push for diversity at the city level while on council and beyond. So I obviously need more than 2 weeks to put it together, but I am willing to work on the policies on diversity for city council, city staff, boards, commissions, and committees.
Okay, thank you. I guess if you're going to show the initiative to do that, if you want to put something together, that'd be nice. I guess, in talking to people who have been on commissions, I've sensed some frustration in that people felt they were, for instance, joining the Park and Rec Board because they wanted to see playgrounds done and evolved, or they wanted to be on open space because they really wanted to see trails built or property acquired or something. And several people who'd been on those and left, they expressed to me that they were frustrated and that they had a lot of meetings and it took forever to get things done. So I guess really if, the rewards that they look for as volunteer, they don't look to get paid. They look towards having the satisfaction of doing something they feel is valuable, something they feel they're personally invested in. And maybe they wanted to go out and plant a pollinator garden. And that's the example that comes to mind. It's maybe not the best one. And they wanted to get their fingernails dirty, but then they found out that they were spending more time in meetings and reading papers and things like that. And it became tedious and they found something else to do. So, I have concerns about, how do you really light somebody's passion up and then feed them so that they can do what they want to do, what they're good at, what they really feel they make a difference at and leave a stamp on. And, if we, I think America's become more bureaucratic, just culture. It seems like everything we do, there's more and more complications. I get that we're a complicated society, but it seems to me if we go back to almost this childlike wonderment at planting flowers, at planting trees, at whatever. Those are the examples that come to mind. You can all think of the things because I know you all have those passions. You're a gardener, you're an artist, John, you've got, the environment and whatnot. We all have these things, and it's how do we find people and make an environment so that they're doing the things that they're really good at and really feel that they're contributing. And that's there's quite an art to that. And Nancy, I think you've really identified, as you said, a framework, a scaffolding of what's useful. And I think, setting people on fire is a good thing. I guess one of my frustrations is that, and maybe the others of you have this, is that we really kind of stand back from city staff for the most part. And I get that there's a reason for that, but there are times I know, like when I was working, I would actually sit down with people I was working with in great detail and know what their situation was. Now, I didn't help them all that much. I just tried to give them an environment where they could flourish. I sometimes kind of miss that. I thought wouldn't it be neat if we had a day, where we took half a day with the staff and maybe hiked up the Ute Indian Trail, or maybe if we had just a barbecue or something, in council would say, look, we're interested in what you people are doing, or we offer training programs. Do you actually do it? Do you feel like you're, growing as an individual? And then the report that we saw, I think it was an ancillary report that this morning about, or the earlier today, city staff, the majority feel like they are doing an important job, that their work is valuable. I think that's really important in the human spirit. Anyway, there's some thoughts here. I'm sorry, I'm not giving you concrete answers. I need to kind of mull it over a little bit. I'm sorry, others? Julie?
That just called to mind. This is just one little example. But I was recently told that OSAC was really upset, or at least Shannon Solomon, who's now the head of OSAC, I guess, was really upset because he found out that supposedly Denise decided to take their OSAC money to help pay for Serpentine Drive. And he was all upset about that. And we never heard about that. And that wasn't discussed with us. Maybe that's just within the city administrator's authority to decide how to pay for that. But he was very disturbed, and there were some really unhappy members of that commission. So part of keeping our commissions and our committees happy, maybe, allowing them some input and allowing us some input, because I wasn't happy to hear that. Is that true?
I can address that. No, it's not true.
I don't
It
know
was-
why
it
Shannon was on this trip he was
it
very
was-
upset.
It was, and that Christine Lowenberg was still the city planner at the time, and we discussed numerous times about the fact that part of that would be open space, purchased for open space, the creek and the non-buildable area, and then Serpentine would have to come, the funding for the Serpentine portion of it would have to come out of city funds. So if that didn't happen, that's wrong. But we as a council, because I brought it up several times.
And he was told that that they'd have to pay like 80% or something?
Yeah, because 80% of the property is going to be designated as open space. And Mike Mayo is very aware of that.
So I don't personally agree with that, but I can see why OSAC was upset about that, because they're OSAC and they're not, like, Denise isn't supposed to be in charge of OSAC money, or you.
No,
It's
no, no.
supposed to be the
Mike Mayo
group.
was part of that discussion, as was Nancy.
Well, he can be
Wilson,
part
if
of the
memory serves
discussion.
me.
Anyway, I don't want to debate about it. I'm just saying, at least when it comes to OSAC, that committee doesn't like when they're told how the money that they've worked hard to plan for and to save up for and to designate and to prioritize certain lands, and then find out that, oh, we're using it for, Nancy's project down on the west end there. And I don't know that I agree with the way you did the math. I don't know if the value of that land, it has no utilities, no nothing, is necessarily 80% of the purchase price. That's kind of I think that's one way to figure it out, but I don't think that's a fair way to decide. Anyway, that didn't go over well, and that's, anyway, I guess.
Can I just expand on that? I'll call Shannon because Shannon was part of the meeting when that was discussed. So I'm not sure where the confusion was.
Oh, he wasn't
Because-
confused. He was unhappy.
No,
I'm not
he-
explaining it well then.
he
If
was
if you
part of
think
the-
I'm saying he's confused, he
No.
wasn't confused. He was angry.
But he was part of the meeting and he agreed to it. So I will call Shannon and see where the miscommunication may have been, because it was a meeting when Nancy Wilson was still the chair. And he was not the chair yet, but it happened probably. Were you there? Yeah, and it was voted on by them. So I will call Shannon and see how the confusion occurred, because I think there is confusion because the vote did happen. So I'll call him and see what happened, and we'll go from there.
Was that a vote of the members of
Mhm.
OSAC at the time at some meeting?
Mhm. Yeah.
I
So
see.
I'll call him and
Because
get
that's
some.
not what he's not telling the community that.
Okay, I'll give him a call.
Judith?
So once again, thank you for this, because I think this is bringing up some possibly tender things to talk about. I'm going to bring up the Planning Commission for a moment, because when they voted unanimously 7-0 to recommend to council that the zoning change on Becker's Lane not go through, the planning department at the time, our planning department came out in support of it, as did the chamber. And to me, if I was sitting on the planning commission, I would find that rather demoralizing. We are tasking these boards, commissions, and committees. We have to make sure that we may not always agree with them, but perhaps sometimes it's important for, say, staff or the chamber or other entities to take a neutral stance. And maybe it's not always appropriate for all of us to weigh in. We know council is never, council members never supposed to weigh in. We're supposed to listen to the facts, stay with the facts, only the facts. And I think that we can improve in that area as these entities work together to support our boards, commissions, and committees for doing the work they do and bringing the recommendations to us that they bring.
Thank you. Anything else, council? Okay, so I guess Nancy is looking for directions. What do we want to build off of this? Yes, I'd personally like to give it a week, a couple of weeks. That's just me. I like to mull things over. And anybody else have others, or Natalie or Judith? Okay, so if there's no, somebody doesn't have a better idea, maybe we come back at the next work session and touch on this.
Didn't Michelle just say she was going to put something together in the next 2 weeks or so? So maybe we give Michelle time to do her proposal. I'd like it to be specific. It doesn't help me when I read demographics. I don't want to read how many white people live in Manitou and how many white people live in El Paso County and how many white people live in Colorado. And I mean, for God's sakes, if we're going to have a meeting, I'd like to have a specific proposal. And not just a bunch of interesting facts. The other thing we do have to be a little bit careful of, there's nothing wrong with diversity recruiting, but if we're going to have diversity as a priority when we're hiring, then you get into these really tricky legal, hairy, gray area things about, it might be illegal to choose somebody who's equally qualified, or who's just this much less qualified than the person next to them. But we want a diverse staff, or we want whoever we're hiring. There's problems with that right now. I mean, there's a lot of crazy. Basically, the laws keep getting cut back and back and back, where just like all the other civil rights are getting cut back and back. So there isn't a whole lot the city can do in terms of the hiring process, is my understanding, to emphasize diversity, but we can certainly put the push out there in terms of marketing. And so there's a distinction, so I don't know why I'm talking about that. I'll stop.
Okay, Michelle, we'll look to you to put something together and then we'll add it on at some point in the future here. Okay, let's go ahead and move on then. That was all the business we had for the work session. We'll go to council correspondence. Anybody have anything? Nancy, then Judith.
Just the community engagement meeting was held last night for the preferred draft plan or the preferred plan for the Hiawatha Gardens site and building layout. And there were about between 20 and 30 people. Well, there was about 25 people here and about 7 people on Zoom. So I think that was a good attendance, and the meeting seemed to go quite well. And we're currently scheduled to come back to council on 9 August, I think, to present once we get all the written feedback from the people who participated last night. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Nancy. Judith?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to propose an agenda item for a future work session, not in the too distant future. I have taken to walking in Manitou at least a minimum of 5 days a week, or riding the shuttle in and walking all around Manitou to places I don't typically go. And I think a lot of it has been spurred by the trash issue and all of these other things. And I just want to put my, eyes on these things. So doing a tremendous amount of walking, sometimes 5 miles a day, and typically take my dog with me. And I have noticed what I think is going to be a problem. It's a good problem to have, but it's a problem. And I have been noticing that we have a lot more bicycles, including e-bikes, that are using the sidewalks. And I have kind of joined an informal walking group. And I'm noticing that that there's some problems with respecting that pedestrians have the right of way over bicycles on sidewalks. Sidewalks are sidewalks. There's the word walk in there. And I think that as we encourage our city to become more and more and more a micromobility community, we need to have education. And I hate to say this word out loud, temporary signage, maybe even, because what I'm experiencing is I'm walking along sometimes with a group of people and I'll hear this on your right, on your left. And I've noticed that everybody moves off the sidewalk. And particularly a big problem behind or challenge or opportunity, I should say, it's not a problem, behind the baseball diamond and soccer field, where a lot of those bikes are coming from perhaps the Buffalo Lodge, and there's large groups of people. I counted 12 in one group. And I was walking along with my dog and there were several other walkers, a lot of them my age and older, and all of us are moving into the grass. And I think that we really need to take a look at the future of micromobility. Do we need to talk about these bikes primarily using the streets, which I am a fan of, because I think it would do two things. It would slow down traffic and it would get our micromobility, our bikes visible, right? I don't see them a lot. So I think that it also, to me, presents a potential liability issue. I have a neighbor on Becker's Lane who is very hard of hearing and doesn't think he needs a hearing aid, and he walks almost every day. And I don't think that he can hear people screaming on your right and your left, and he walks along. And I'm worried that one of these days an electric bike or bicycle is going to crash into a person and we're going to have a lawsuit on our hands because we haven't defined what that etiquette is. And I think it's time for us to do that before it becomes a bigger problem.
Thank you, Judith. Want to take this side here for a bit. Okay, so Natalie.
I was just wondering if, Judith, if you were comfortable, if we had the map board or the Pac-Man group or Roy or some folks kind of make some suggestions so we can empower our advisory boards on this issue.
I think so, but typically the law of the land typically is pedestrians have the right of way over bicyclists and bicycles have the right of way over horses.
No, but they might have like signage ideas or like how other communities have
absolutely.
solved.
I
That's
just
all.
wanted to put it out there to see if the council felt like it was a worthy issue to discuss at a work session, and then we could hash out how, where we go from there.
So, yeah, Julie.
I'd like to see that as an agenda item on a
Okay.
work session.
Okay, and to add my 2 cents onto that, yeah, I've been perplexed and annoyed by some of the skateboarders I see, and then these, I guess they call them hoverboards. They're like a short skateboard, but they motorized has a center wheel. Well, today, and I've seen this character around at various times. He thinks he's on the slalom slopes with a ski board. He does that. Yeah, he did that. I was coming up on the interchange at Ruxton in Manitou. I was going eastbound. I was basically looking at the pedestrians and the oncoming traffic that you have to yield to. And this guy came down Ruxton. He made a left turn in front of me. He didn't go around the roundabout. He shortcut the roundabout obstruction there and went westbound on Manitou Avenue. I slammed on my brakes, and I later thought that if I hadn't, I would have, I'd be scraping him off my windshield, which would not be a great problem, but at least to be different. So I kind of, I was thinking about that so
You
it's,
might
it's
get
very.
rear-ended when you do that. It
Might-
causes other secondary
Well,
problems.
right, and I mean, and he didn't, and I gave him my horn, because I was pretty frustrated, and he replied in some basic Anglo-Saxon, and anyway, so no, I think we need to address it. It's a safety issue, and I've seen a couple of cases where you just expect to see these guys get peeled off of somebody's windshield because they're such a hazard to themselves and to traffic. So.
And
okay.
may I segue onto that? Because that exact same thing happened to me 2 days ago. And I don't know if it's the same fellow or another one, but I was walking again along the creek walk trail by Fields Park. And this young man just came peeling out of nowhere, going so fast. And it freaked my dog out so bad that he bolted, and I have a shoulder injury now. And so I think that that is just another example. I can only imagine what you must have gone through because my shoulder still hurts. And I think that it's time for us to talk about it. Thanks.
Okay, no, I think that's been coming to a head. Nancy?
In conjunction with that, I would like to recommend that the council gets a briefing on complete streets. For those not familiar with the term, it's basically looking at how in communities to make transform streets from totally car-centric to pedestrian, bike, and cars. It's not car unfriendly. It's just showing how our infrastructure is totally set up for cars only, and I've seen this briefing before. It's very, very good, very, very informative. So I would recommend that we do that.
But can I ask you a follow up on that? Because I'm not that knowledgeable about that. It seems to me like we've already put millions of dollars into our streets. We just built a huge sidewalk on the west end of town, much to the chagrin of those residents. It's horrible. I don't care how big your sidewalk is, to have a bike whizzing by you when you're there with your baby carriage or your dog, and oh my God, it's just horrible. So we now have almost no room in the streets. This morning when I was driving down Manitou Avenue, there were two bicyclists that were attempting to do good. They stayed off the sidewalk and they were trying to drive between the parked cars and the train east. And it was so dangerous for them. I mean, if somebody even just opened their parked car door without bothering to look in their rearview mirror for a second, it would have been a wipeout. And it was just dangerous, even though everyone's only going just 20 miles an hour. So I slowed way, way down so that they could have a space in the traffic in front of me, so that they're just like another car. But we need to have, I don't know that we can necessarily make our streets wider unless we eliminate parking on Manitou Ave or something. Is there something that's concrete that we can do?
I think for me, it just really highlighted, it was very educational. It was just very, very educational and opened my mind to other creative solutions. So that's,
was there a creative solution shy of like ripping up the streets and the sidewalks and starting over?
It's things like when you redo streets, you take those things into consideration.
Oh, it's
not-
too late. We just redid our streets and nobody put in a bike lane. We put in these huge sidewalks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, John, do you have some council correspondence?
Yes. I'd like to know how long the restrooms have been gone at the incline.
I just found out this afternoon and I reached out to the incline group.
So the signs that appeared on Friday down at Hiawatha Gardens that are all laminated, who put those up?
We did not put those up, and my guess Colorado Springs put them up.
Okay, so we've had, from the time that started happening, almost 3,000 people who have not had access to restrooms. And there's signage all over the incline about human feces, okay? And I just think this is a big problem. Every single day I was looking just at the uphill counts, okay? 700 people a day who are using that, who have no access to restrooms at all.
And how is it that Colorado Springs gets to put laminated cards around without, just on their own? I mean, if you didn't know anything about it, and
It's a violation of the MOU.
I mean, that is a violation, yeah.
They're
We
not
have allowed
to
them in the
stay open if
past.
they don't have the restrooms, and they're not allowed to stay open if they don't clean them as regularly as it says in the MOU. So that's another issue. They're not allowed to function without them.
So
Yeah.
we have a bar trail run that happens this coming weekend on Sunday. How many people, Michelle, are coming on that?
Approximately 400 people, and that's just the runners.
Okay, so that's just the runners. And okay, so the incline will be closed on that day. So at least that means, and Sundays, we are way above 600 a day in terms of people coming. So at least on Sunday, that maybe cuts it in half. Okay, there's one really nasty porta potty up at the Bar Trail lot. Do we pay for that?
By the bar lot bathrooms?
Mhm.
Yes, we pay for that one.
Okay, and then we have two restrooms up there, right, conventional, that are up there. So what's usually our formula for restroom porta potty facilities per person on a regular event? Does anybody have any idea?
A couple of years ago, we reached out to the porta potty company and they had a chart, but it was for, like main events, not necessarily an incline. So we tried to follow that, but I think there would have been, probably take up the parking lot because we don't know when those incliners are coming.
So
per se.
we don't, I
So-
remember, Roy, we talked about that
Yes.
portion and I didn't go searching for it, but it seems like to me, having none is not a great and sanitary thing going on. out
Oh, for
there.
sure. And we just found out this afternoon and I reached out. I'm going to definitely talk to them by tomorrow. So it was late this afternoon and I did not hear from them as of yet. But they need to have porta potties. I believe we had 6 minimum last year. And I think we have to at least be to the 6 minimum. And then we also had wash stations, I believe. So I
Right.
don't know,
Well, we haven't had the wash stations up there for a long
Right, they've been
time.
kind of phased out,
Okay, yeah.
and the porta potty companies are struggling. I'll be honest with you. When we reach them, they don't have staff and we're struggling with ours.
So the porta potty company just decided out of the blue because they didn't have staff that
No,
maybe they would remove these or what?
No, I don't know that, but I know that it's been a struggle for us when we even added a few more at Hiawatha. It took longer. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to find out. And that was sent out today and I'm going to find out by tomorrow what's going on. And they need to get porta potties back up there. The option, of course, is we can demand they dial down the numbers to 0 or whatever we have to do
Well,
to make that work. We have a few bathrooms up there, so we have to make that decision that they cannot run at.
the last
800.
4 days, they have not had an attendant up there either. Okay,
All day?
all day,
I don't
as
know
near as
that.
I can tell.
Okay,
I mean, you know me, I get around town, I put about, 30 miles a day on my bike.
right.
And I did not sit up there all day, but every single time I was up there.
Is there a
was
certain
nobody there.
time or is it varied?
Hmm?
Was it a certain time that you tend to do the walks or was it varied over the course of the
Yeah, it's
day?
just random during the day.
Okay,
And then when the porta potties disappeared, I got even more interested into what's going on up there. So
yes,
to me, I think this really puts a huge strain and an awful lot of those people who are coming down, okay, that means that's a huge strain on those 3 restrooms that are sitting there in the bar lot. Because if you didn't have an opportunity to take care of business before you headed up, then this means to me, you probably took care of it up there. And there's lots of signage talking about how this is a big problem all over those rules and regs at the base of the incline about. And I just think this is another health issue that if they don't have it, this is one of these cases where I don't care whether the porta potty thieves from outer space took them away. If we don't have adequate facilities, it seems like to me, it ought to be dialed down until they take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
I just looked up OSHA and OSHA requires 1 toilet per 50 workers. Currently, 60 people can go up the incline per hour. And we have more than that because there are people that do multiples.
Well,
They make the reservation at 6 a.m.
I know. I'm just using the numbers, and what we've had is my calculations using the Colorado Springs website. This means we've had nearly 3,000 people who went up. I'm not even counting somehow or another what's going on with the down traffic, okay, on that thing. That's 3,000 people, no porta potties up there. So it's just a report.
And when, I'm sorry, when were they taken down or when were they removed?
It appears like they've been gone since Friday because there's somebody reported that there's this mysterious signage that have appeared down in our parking lot saying, you best do your business here, or because there isn't anything up there.
So
And
it's
they're
not
very
even, so
nice
it's not
formal
even direct,
laminated signs. These are not signs that you make at home, okay?
but it's not even directing people to the few bathrooms that are there, which is even
Well,
worse.
no. That would be even, that's for probably most incliners to arrive at the incline and then find that you need to take the lateral trail over the bar trail to use the restrooms.
There's only one
probably-
over there.
Hmm?
There's only one toilet in that one restroom.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
bar
And
trail.
that's probably very unreasonable in terms for most people who are arriving up there that they would think to go do that. Okay, so I think we have a big problem in terms of with just sanitation going
So,
on.
so
up
we
there.
were not informed. We did not give authorization for them to move any kind of porta potties. Our expectation is they have those. They increase them in the summertime, and we did not give them authorization to post anything at Hiawatha. We had no knowledge of this, but we're going to find out what's going on. And if we have to dial down to zero until we get porta potties, that's what we're going to have to do.
I think they would probably be most responsive. You know, let's use the lesson of the trash as an example. We act all nicey to ask people to improve things, and they give us lip service and they're very nice and they don't do anything. So I think Colorado Springs needs to know that we're going to shut that thing down if they don't get porta potties in within the next 24 hours. And if it's shut down for a few days and their tourists are upset that they can't come to Manitou and they have to poop in our trails, you know, I think that'll probably get their attention more than just how we usually do things, which is just to ask, and then maybe we get what we want, and maybe we don't.
Understood. If council wants us to do that, when I say zero down the numbers, I mean, we shut it down.
Right,
We're on the same page.
right. Okay. I'm gonna take one more question from Judith and we're done with this subject. Okay.
So I don't have the MOU in front of me, but as I recall, the porta potties are the responsibility of Colorado Springs. And that is a violation of the MOU. And I would like, please, for council to have a follow-up of what you find out. How did you find out that the porta potties were gone?
Denise, Hal, and myself were driving around the city in the Polaris. And when we went up to the incline and we stopped by Iron Spring Chateau, and the attendant there said, "Hey, Roy, were you guys aware the porta potties are gone at the incline?"
So if you
And
went
and
to
they
the,
said as of yesterday.
was there any attendant at the incline when you were there?
We didn't, you have to actually go up that
Oh, you
dirt
didn't
road, and we
walk.
didn't go that far.
Because that's another violation.
Okay.
And it's all
Okay.
over Facebook that you
yeah.
don't even have to, if there is somebody there, they let you go without a reservation. So their attendants aren't attending.
Roy, if you could check into this,
Yes,
let's
let
go
me-
ahead.
let me
We
look into
still
this.
have an
Yep.
executive session that we need to get to.
Yeah,
Right.
I just want to say one more thing, though. That's another huge public health issue and a tremendous lack of communication. And I would be really okay with saying to Colorado Springs, you need to get those porta potties here within 24 hours, or we're shutting down the incline until they're there. Because these people are relieving themselves on the incline. So they can't not be. So I'm really angry about that. So yeah, 24 hours.
Okay, so council correspondence, I had one thing, and that was Police Officer Gary Johnson had organized a volunteer homeless camp cleanup last Saturday down on the Black Canyon open space area. Yeah, I went on that, and he had about 12 to 15 volunteers. So we picked up about 20, we estimate about 2,400 pounds of trash. So it was a good morning. So it's about 3.5 hours of work. We put it in the back of a Public Works dump truck and they hauled it off. So, well, no, that's a thought. No, so that we thought we'd go take it down and dump it at Patsy's. Okay, didn't think of that. Okay, so anyway, if you see Gary Johnson around, congratulate him for putting that together. I think that saved us $600 or something like that. So it's a good thing. Great. Okay, so city administrator's report.
So just a quick report on the mulch at the flats. We've been asked some questions. Is that a fire issue? We made a plan with the fire department on how we're going to manage the mulch. Initially, it was put in piles for 3 weeks for people if they wanted to pick it up. And the fire department agreed that we could spread it out. It's no different than having mulch around town, around trees. So they're comfortable that it's not any kind of major fire issue. The mulch itself, most of it's not pine. Pine is one of the ones that has more fuel because of the oils in it. So they're comfortable and they approved that method up there on the flats. So just so if there's any more questions on that, let me know. We did install our at the entrances of the Manitou Springs, the last 2 parking logic signs, so people know all the capacity of the parking areas. So that's up now and running. We are starting striping, or I should say asphalt is being put down on Duncan, Michigan and Mesa at the end of July. So we're starting our neighborhood asphalting and fixing those roads. And for the MAPS project right now, we're waiting for Comcast to remove underground the lines, and they can remove those posts so they can finish up the sidewalks. So that's really one of the biggest things we're waiting for. And then I want to assure everyone that the cracks and everything else in MAPS, those areas that are damaged, will be checked out and we'll clear that and they'll fix them before we're done with this project. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Roy. Denise?
I just have something really small, and then Mayor, you were going to talk about the strategic planning day. And so I just want to
Right.
see if you wanted to do that. But the only thing was the chipping this weekend, and they had 40 truckloads. So that was really good for our residents. You guys talked about that earlier today. And the next one for that the fire department will be doing is September 24th. And then we have a July 25th one also coming up for that. And then July 20th, they go into the neighborhoods for the Ruxton area.
Great, thank you. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Roy, it's apparent from reading your signs for all the parking spaces that we haven't yet achieved the 85% vacancy rate. Obviously, we're like far from it. And we talked about whether made sense for your data to be given to us quarterly. And I thought we ended up deciding, no, it needed to be monthly because quarterly isn't going to inform us about anything except maybe what to do different next summer. Is that something that you can report back to us to give us your numbers so we can talk about whether it's time to increase the fines or the fees or what we do to try to reach the 85%?
Yeah, I feel we have quite a bit of data right now. The Smarking program and Parking Logics has given us a lot of information. Turnover has increased, which is good, but we're still getting right when someone pulls out, someone's going in, and we are at a high 100% occupancy rate. So the answer is yes, we could come back, let you know at the percentages, and then again, go up before the quarter on the amounts if we need to help with that control.
Well, didn't you teach us that Dr. Shoup said that that's the only thing you can do and that you should
Correct.
do?
Yes.
And you've decided already that it should only be a quarter. We should.
Well, no,
discuss
at this point, it would be 50 cents. I mean, based on our automated increase. So 50 cents at a 92 to 95%, 92 to 95 is 25-cent increase, and above 95 would be a 50-cent increase per hour. That's what, now, if you want to.
Isn't that what Dr. Shoup recommended? Like, what year did he recommend that, Roy?
What year?
Yeah.
Oh, it was started right at the beginning of the program.
Well, I don't
That
know
way
when
you
that
get-
was, but we've had a lot of inflation and I really don't anticipate 50% is going to do a whole lot of behavioral changes in terms of our parking.
Well, council
statistics.
definitely can decide if they want to make that a larger number to start
I
out.
mean, maybe that number made sense like 10 years ago when he wrote his books, but I just
No,
don't
the-
see how 50 cents is going to influence a lot of decision-making when people want to pull in and park.
His book, last book, I believe, was 2020.
I think remember, we still have an executive session to get through, okay? We've.
So the answer is I can bring it back and then we can discuss it.
Yeah,
Okay,
that'd
thank
be
you.
good. Okay, so we're gonna, okay, and real quick, so we currently have Sunday, August the 21st, for a day-long strategic planning / budget kind of meeting. We've got we've got several work sessions or Tuesday nights leading up to that are not heavily loaded with topics. I mean, so what I was wondering is, would council be interested in trying, and also that the Tuesday following the 21st there, I think it's the 23rd, we don't really have much going on. So I was thinking, instead of taking the Sunday, a weekend day, and spending it here, maybe we could break the work up over a couple of work sessions. Now, when we kind of came up with that schedule, I think we were back in the March timeframe. We've since then had a couple of good day-long retreats. I think we've established some focus. So I just don't, real quickly, I'd like to poll you to see if you want to try and put things into the work sessions, do them on Tuesday nights, or if you'd want to hold for the Sunday. I would prefer to try and get things done on Tuesday nights. But I'm sorry, John?
I like
Okay, John's in favor of Tuesday nights. Natalie?
Is it possible to start a little earlier? I don't know that that's
Well,
possible.
okay, that's a good thought. I should have mentioned that. I was thinking maybe like starting 4:30, something like that, if we could. Working for a while, maybe we take a dinner break and then try and get it wrapped up by 9:30, something like that. So Natalie, what's your take?
I'm comfortable with that, but like I said, I mean, I lose brain power by the minute after 8 PM. So. just
Okay.
So you're aware of my strategy is not very strategic.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we just bring dinner in so we don't, and we could actually like work through dinner probably.
And I'm
Sure.
thinking that's a great idea. And if it doesn't work, if we really don't have the time or it feels too disjuncted to do little bits here and there, we can always look at another Sunday later.
Okay, that sounds good. Michelle?
If we do the 4 o'clock and if we could do 2 Tuesdays that are 4 o'clock, my shift is until 6. So I'm already using personal time to get here on time at 6. So I'd prefer not to use personal time to get here at 4. But if we do 2 Tuesdays, if they could only be 2 Tuesdays, and if I could get those dates as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Judith?
So looking at August, there are 5 Tuesdays. So which, are you looking at trying to do 1 Tuesday work session or spread it over 2?
Well, spread it over 2. And actually, I think we've got some leeway. We could make it spread it over 3, actually. Well, I mean, we'd have to, I guess it would bleed over into September. Hang on.
Because normally we don't meet on the 5th.
On the 5th, yeah, we
Tuesday,
wouldn't.
so we could just use that time and start on the 30th at 4.
Right. Yeah, so if we use say the 23rd, I think the 30th is well, I think the following weekend is Labor Day weekend, but that probably wouldn't be a big deal. We don't, okay, our regular session on the 6th session and then 16th, we don't have much. We have warrants, which typically we've done those on the consent calendar. Even if there was a separate agenda item, it wouldn't probably take too long. We have our liquor license. So we have 2 things right now for August 16th. So I think if we did the 16th and the 23rd, that would, that would probably be, I mean, that'd be the equivalent of a Sunday.
You're thinking the 16th and the 23rd at
Right.
4 o'clock?
Yeah, or 4:30.
And I'm
something like-
sorry, but I forget what are we supposed to be talking about on those work sessions?
This is strategic planning
Oh,
and budget,
Thank you.
that sort of thing, yeah. So Judith?
I'm I'm fine with.
You're
the
okay?
16th and the 23rd at
Okay.
4 or 4:30.
Oh,
Okay.
and I won't be able to make it on the 16th though. So
Okay.
you'd have to do it without me because I'm having major surgery on the 15th. So yeah, so I'll be all drugged up.
Oh, okay.
I'd
Okay.
love to participate, but I know it's
Yeah.
up to you to
Yeah.
decide when to do it.
Yeah.
What about the 23rd and the 30th? Would that give you time to recover?
Should be fine by the 23rd, but with the first 24 hours, I'm sure I won't be participating.
Okay. Nancy? Nancy's flexible. Okay. Okay. And your surgery's on the 15th.
Could we do the 23rd and then the 5th day of the month, the 5th Tuesday of the month,
Tuesday,
whatever that
so
is? I
the-
don't have my calendar.
The
pulled up.
30th. Okay, so you're talking
The
about the
23rd and the
23rd
30th,
and
maybe?
30th? Would
If you don't mind postponing, just don't put anything interesting on the 16th because I don't want to miss it.
we don't have much interesting on the 16th. How would that? Are there any objections to the 23rd and the 30th? Michelle, you still have the same problem. but We'll have to work around that.
I'll just have to look at my calendar and if I could get back to Denise tomorrow,
Okay.
that would be great,
Well,
please.
for
and
now,
thank
let's plan on the 23rd and the 30th. Okay.
Are we thinking dinner will be brought in those 2 days? So I'm planning ahead here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll do that. Actually, let me ask you this then, since we don't have much on the 16th, maybe we could push the two items on the 16th up into the 9th, which, I mean, it's a work session, but, or the 2nd, something like that. If we could do that and we take the 16th off, would that be?
Well, that's a good idea. Then we
agreeable
still
in
have
that
4
case?
Tuesdays.
Yeah, we'd still four, but I mean, it's still.
And then I don't feel left out.
Yeah, well, no, that'd be something. Okay, so we'll try and check that out.
Mayor, if you do that, we'll look at it and we can talk about it, but we do have a liquor license that's scheduled to come and that would mean a delay for them to open up. But we can definitely, you and I and Judy can talk
Right.
about it from
Yeah,
there.
if they could bring it in a week earlier, maybe. We'll see. Okay, we'll
I
have to
don't
check
think
on
we
that.
could do a work session, a
No,
liquor license at a work session.
We can't. The 16th is a regular session.
Oh,
So
pardon me.
yeah,
Oh,
so we can't.
okay.
Okay, well, we'll just have to try and evolve it a little bit more. We're trying to save people their weekends. Okay. That said, I will declare the work session adjourned. And now I will call to order a special session. So I have to call roll call. Well, let me say 5 minutes. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break then. Yeah, well, actually, let me go ahead. While you're doing that, I think I can go ahead and ask, because the purpose of the special session is call for an executive session. So let's go ahead. So this special session is going to executive session, consider the purchase or sale of property for public purpose pursuant to section 5.1B of the city of Memphis municipal charter concerning property and potential use as a parking office or other voting purposes. Do I have a motion? Motion second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back into executive session. Thank you. Okay, and the time is 10 o'clock exactly.